20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we've
seconds.
achieved
Guidance
stage
is
9.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this
10,
president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10.
And we're
And
live.
we're back. It is Tuesday, August 11th, 2026. I guess I should say, like, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
My fellow monitors. Instead of my fellow Americans.
My fellow monitors. Yeah. I forgot to wear my usual Uniqlo, so I ended up wearing this instead.
Did you just run out of clothes?
No, I just I ran out of not wanting to be dripped anymore.
Yeah. Ran
Yeah.
out of patience for your old ways.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do we have today?
Couple of stories from Anthropic. Starting with, they've struck a $9 billion computing deal with Riot Platforms.
Another computing deal just dropped. We need to make a like a special meme for computing deals specifically. Like, oh, X and X is now designing chips with Broadcom. It happens quite often, almost weekly, I think. So
Riot Platforms, not to be confused with Riot Games,
Riot
which makes
Games.
Valorant. And what do they do aside from Valorant? Riot Games. Oh, League of Legends.
Oh, right.
I bet Brent knows all this stuff. Yeah. Mainly League of Legends and Valorant.
Oh, and Arcane.
Oh, they make TFT? Teamfight Tactics? That's
yeah,
crazy.
none of that matters except Arcane.
Oh, that's true. Arcane is like the League of Legends TV show, right?
Yep. I don't know why they're like all of the TV shows, animated TV shows that are based on video games are like some of the best media to ever exist.
Like Cyberpunk?
Yeah.
Like
They're so good.
the Cuphead show? I'm just kidding. The Cuphead show is terrible. Well,
Yeah. Anyway, so this is Riot Platforms.
Platforms, yes. It's a Bitcoin mining company that sells AI data center capacity. It's kind of funny. It turns out that Bitcoin mining platforms ended up being really useful for the most important technology of the century, but it wasn't crypto. it was AI. No. So they did end up being useful in the end. Pretty crazy. Imagine like building these enormous Bitcoin mining facilities. Do you remember actually like during 2021, 22, you would read these headlines and these, analyst prognostications that were like, by the year 2030, like 10% of the world's energy will just be Bitcoin mining. And it's like, are you guys serious? Do you actually believe this? But, it did end up being almost kind of true, except instead of Bitcoin mining, the data centers will be used for other things.
Yeah, I remember when I first watched like a YouTube video about the blockchain, like when I was like 13 years old, and I was like, oh my God, it's the future. I don't understand it, but it's the future. Maybe next decade.
Maybe next decade. Maybe we'll figure out this Bitcoin stuff after the singularity when money doesn't matter. I do wonder, like, how convertible is a Bitcoin mining facility
I
to
think
a
I've
data
like
center?
looked into this and not very convertible actually.
Really?
Like I feel like it's largely talk. It seems like conceptually intuitive, but I don't think in practice it's actually easy.
Well, there were a couple of Bitcoin facilities I think used like dedicated Bitcoin mining ASICs. Those are probably just like garbage at this point. I don't know like what you would do with it.
I mean, I don't know like what Bitcoin mining facility, like where they're located or like how big they were. It's probably like useful from like a land perspective first. I don't know if they had like their own like power, like behind the meter power. Not really sure.
I remember reading headlines about their building data centers, or not data centers, Bitcoin mining facilities in like Iceland because there's like geothermal power and cooling and stuff.
Okay, let's actually rabbit hole about this. So
there's actually in Age of M, there's like this whole chapter about like M cities, and Hansen's like M cities will be built in, places that have lots of abundant energy and free cooling, which is like Iceland and Norway. And so you can imagine like Scandinavia or something will do really well in the future. Okay, so I just asked Claude, how convertible are Bitcoin mining farms to a data center capacity? I'll check the current state of play since this space moves fast. I think I've gotten this hedge verbatim a bunch of times. So the site converts well. The facility almost never does. What transfers? The substation, high voltage yard, grid interconnect, land, and permitting.
Yep, exactly.
What doesn't? ASICs are worthless, like I said. The sheds are not what you need. The cooling is not what you need. The chips are not what you need.
I think it's largely marketing. It's fine though. It's fine if they actually like deliver.
I do imagine it's possible if you're a Bitcoin mining company that runs a lot of these facilities, it's probably easier to just transfer your own facilities from Bitcoin mining to data centers.
Yeah,
to like
so
pivot
I
your
think,
company.
It's just the approved grid connection that is the most useful part of this, because that probably is an incredible pain to when you're building a data center. And in fact, okay, there's a Riot. Where are the Riot sites? You need to look into Riot. They have one in Texas. They have actually a few in Texas. And then some in Georgia and Kentucky, North Dakota, Nebraska, and in Canada. Their NASDAQ is $Riot.
So Riot, has a big campus in Rockdale, Texas. Not sure where that is. It's like a small town kind of east of Austin, between Austin and College Station.
Yeah.
Riot shares jumped 25% to 24.40 in late trading on news of the deal with Anthropic. There's this really cool, creepy thumbnail of someone's eyeball, but it's Claude.
Why Anthropic's mythos is sparking alarm.
Dystopian, like sci-fi TV show where Claude is like possesses people and uses their bodies as like a skinwalker, and like you can tell that it's Claude because their eyes look like that.
Yeah, you say Claude like 3 times in the mirror, and you spin 3 times, and then you summon Claude, and he possesses you.
Yeah. Anthropic recently signed a $10 billion deal with a months-old infrastructure startup, Volta Infra Holdings, agreed to buy a ton of compute from XAI. They're just trying to acquire as much compute as fast as they can. This is kind of what Sam Altman did like 2 years ago in 2024. Remember all of these had like ridiculous headlines?
Yeah.
Remember there was this Wall Street Journal headline that was like, Sam Altman is trying to raise $7 trillion, which obviously was not true.
Okay, so Riot has had insane pivot history. Once a maker of diagnostic machinery for the biotech industry, operating under the name of Bioptics, before dramatically shifting to Bitcoin mining.
Dramatically shifting?
I love these companies that just have like the fire in them, and they're just like, yeah, whatever. Let's pivot to compute. Who even cares? Fuck
I guess we're doing Bitcoin now.
We doing Bitcoin, and now like they're just like. And now they're like, yeah, let's do like infrastructure for the AI boom. Fuck it.
Yeah.
So I respect the hustle, Riot Platforms. I respect the hustle.
I guess we do in Bitcoin now.
They also announced a separate deal with AMD to build computing power. So I believe that Riot was not financial advice in the Leopold. It was in the Leopold files. I think I recall seeing that.
Did situational awareness invest in Riot?
Yep, I am almost certain.
Ah, that's true. He did invest in Riot Platforms. That's interesting. Wait a minute. So Leopold invested in this company, and the company that Leopold's wife is chief of staff of just signed a giant compute deal with them. Whatever. Probably nothing.
Probably entirely unrelated and uninformed.
I like when all my mutuals get rich. There's more Anthropic drama. Anthropic tries to shore up investor confidence ahead of blockbuster IPO. The company is racing to public markets this fall and has fielded tough investor questions on Chinese rivals, Trump-era tensions, and the AI infra boom.
This is actually such a big deal that, like, we should celebrate when they IPO. What do we do when they IPO?
I don't know, confetti on stream.
I feel like we need to have like
we could like ring a gong.
I don't even know.
No, that one's already taken, I think.
We need to have like a festival.
Yeah.
This is actually going to be such a big deal.
It is. It would have been a bigger deal if they IPO'd at like 100 million market cap, like companies used to do. And then I would have like 10,000x my money by now, but that's okay. That's okay. We don't need to worry about that. Anyway, Anthropic is meeting with potential investors to shore up confidence in what could be the largest IPO of all time. It'd be kind of crazy if it were. I guess in terms of the volume of the IPO and not the market cap of the company. I think the largest IPO of all time by market cap was Saudi Aramco.
Oh, when was that?
Like a few years ago. It was 2019.
Will it be bigger than SpaceX?
They raised $25 to $30 billion, and the market cap was 1.7 trillion, and then went past 2.
Okay, so is their debut going to be like a trillion or less? We don't know.
So what are Anthropic's fresh challenges that they're facing? Popularity of Kimi and other cheap Chinese models, tensions with the Trump admin, and growing backlash to data center construction.
So does it make sense for them to release a really giga good model before they IPO?
Giga.
Like just like a stupid good model?
Possibly, but I don't know if they would for like safety reasons.
Exactly. I feel like that has to be an internal tension.
Anthropic does like actually care about safety. I don't like, even their detractors have to admit this. I actually find the criticism of Anthropic as like a doomer cult as much more accurate, even though it's still wrong, but it's more accurate than the criticism of Anthropic as like they don't believe their own stuff and all the fear is like marketing hype, and it's so stupid. I don't understand why people believe this. Just total cynicism. It's
probably
weird.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I mean, they are a company.
Yeah, but like they're also like a religion, and the religion believes that AI may end the world. They are, they're not wrong in that belief, but they make decisions that a normal company focused only on like short-term profitability would not make. Although I guess, it's in the interest of companies to continue making profits for a long time, and you can't do that if you get like AGI'd, if you get paper clipped. You can't, distribute returns to investors for a century.
Yeah, if we get paper clipped, what'll happen to the shareholders?
They get paper clipped too.
But yeah.
Anthropic has recently emerged as the front runner in that race, the AI race. Recently? I don't know. It's been like 6 months. I guess to the Wall Street Journal, that's pretty recent.
This is actually true. I forgot that the entire like time cycles of the Wall Street Journal are probably so much slower.
I know.
Like this just happened for them.
Yeah.
It's been years for us.
Decades even.
Decades.
But there's also a backlash against a company in Silicon Valley where many chief executives have grown nervous about its power over the AI ecosystem. Remember this one?
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, Figma. Remember when Anthropic like partnered with Figma and then totally switched up on their day ones?
That was brutal.
That was actually diabolical.
Holy moly. Yeah.
They did like this big partnership with Figma. And then while they were partnering with Figma, they were building this Claude design product, which pretty directly... there's an open weights march in SF.
That's awesome.
Imagine the ratio.
It would just be Sophia Do.
That's so funny.
And then the rest is just like random SF moids.
Yeah, basically. So they released Claude Design. It was like a direct competitor to Figma, and I need to go to this Matisse exhibit, SF MoMA. They released Claude Design. It was a direct competitor.
Notice
to
how
Figma.
good the ads are today.
And yeah, wow, John Coltrane, the Minions movie.
Like we were talking about
And
Minions
Matisse.
yesterday, by the way. They're listening. They are listening.
And Skytrofa. I have no idea what that is.
It's a medication, probably.
Human growth hormone. What?
Holy moly.
Why am I getting that ad?
It's listening. I'm telling you, it's listening.
Uh-oh.
I got a United ad.
Nice.
Probably because I was talking to someone about travel.
Probably. The price Anthropic sets and the company's performance after IPO will set the stage for how investors value top AI developers. Trillions of dollars in AI spending largely rests on the assumption that demand for the tech will continue to rise precipitously. Yeah, it's called believing in straight lines on a graph, bro.
Yeah.
Company execs have played down the impact of Chinese competition in meetings, telling investors that Anthropic is hyper-focused on offering cutting-edge AI models. That's kind of true. Yeah, Dario and other top US AI leaders have publicly said that most users want the most intelligent AI systems available at any given time. Also kind of true.
Yeah, definitely true. Think about how huge this is going to be for insider trading. Like, if you know anything about the next Chinese model release, you can basically insider trade, not financial advice.
Not financial advice.
Yeah, holy moly. Like, the implications of Frontier Labs IPOing. So, by the way, you might be thinking, what about OpenAI? Are they going to IPO as well? Well, I think that last I checked, their odds for IPOing
It was
this year
delayed, right?
had gone down pretty dramatically. So maybe it'll be next year. I'm also not really sure what the optimal play is if Anthropic
Well, let's check
IPOs.
Let's check the Kalshi. Which companies will IPO this year? Announce an IPO this year. 83%
Discord still hasn't
Anthropic,
IPO'd.
25% OpenAI, and 78% Aura and 93% Sheen. That's crazy. Whoa, holy graph.
Me rolling up to the Sheen's earning call.
With my one share of Sheen stock, with my full body Sheen fit made of
Wait, does
polyester.
Sheen? Well, first of all, what company? I like surely they're part of a bigger company, right?
Sheen?
Yeah.
No.
No, they're not because they're.
Yeah, they're IPOing.
Do they have an AI lab?
Presumably, they do a lot of AI stuff inside of the company.
Yeah, the clothes are all like AI generated. I think we rabbit holed about this.
We did rabbit hole. This was like one of the best. I don't think this ever saw the light of day because it was like a pre-launch MTS
Yeah,
clip.
is Sheen clothes AGI?
That was such a banger. Sheen is closed AGI. Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to dig that one out of the archives.
Yeah. We can put it on the MTS Patreon. So
good idea.
Always be monetizing. So yeah. Anyway, so my question, like, what is the optimal play for OpenAI when and if Anthropic IPOs first?
To IPO themselves. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Let me
I guess
think about
actually it depends on how Anthropic performs.
it totally depends on how.
If there's
Anthropic
some like
performs.
local reversal and Anthropic stock goes down for a while, which I think is possible, then OpenAI might not perform.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, is there any value in preserving their like privacy, like not like having the ability to not disclose aspects of their financials? If, for example, it starts like Anthropic doesn't perform as well or something, I don't know. But we'll see. Post lab IPO world. I imagine it like the dolphins, like, you know, the meme of the dolphins in the water.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways.
It'd be really funny if all these labs IPO and then the AI bubble pops and then everyone loses all of their money and then SF rent goes down to like 2,000.
I mean,
crazy.
it's like
And then we all move back to Texas.
the happy ending. They need to drop Texas 2040.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
In the meetings, Anthropic told some investors that it plans to push further into healthcare and biology AI uses and that the work could help mitigate some of the negative sentiment around AI. people involved in the conversation said. So this one got a lot of discourse on Twitter. People were saying basically, Anthropic wants to do healthcare so that they can help with their sentiment problem. I actually don't think it would help with their sentiment problem very much.
Not at all. That
People
would actually
hate pharma.
really scare the host. That would actually really scare people because people are like, oh, now the AI company that wants to control everything also wants to control healthcare. Awesome.
Yeah. Only the government should control healthcare, of course.
I think it's just like people do hate pharma. Like if we were gonna rank industries that are hated, it's probably pharma's up there. Like it's probably like second place.
After what? Like fossil fuels?
Yeah.
Like defense contractors?
Yeah, probably defense contractors first.
Like
it's like defense
tobacco.
Contractors.
No, not even. People don't even hate tobacco anymore. It's like a boomer thing.
They should.
Yeah.
They should hate tobacco companies.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, like tobacco companies were like canonical like villains in our culture for a long time.
It's actually really funny how just like comically villainous some companies have been in the arc of history.
Yep. If you go on the Altria Group website, which is the, one of the largest tobacco companies, is all about, we're moving beyond smoking.
They're dropping smoking too. Guys, smoking one was crazy.
We're actually, smoking one was crazy. Smoke one was crazy.
We're dropping smoking too.
It's time for dark smoke.
That was so dumb.
Yeah, people in careers providing work-life balance. Look at what a wholesome company. They believe in giving back, community impact and partnership.
The community impact in question, and it's like somebody getting lung cancer.
They believe in ESG, environmental, social, and governance issues. They work with sustainable supply chains. They protect the environment. This is crazy.
Me when I'm like a tobacco company, but my supply chain is clean. My supply chain is really transparent.
Reduce the harm of tobacco products. Wow, how kind! What a beautiful kind company.
Heartwarming. I wonder how the EAs feel about smoking.
Well, like some AI people actually are like, oh, I smoke cigarettes because I have short timelines, and if you don't,
that's silly. That's like a meme. Like they're not serious.
I don't know. Like I actually do know some people who are like this.
That's because they're European or something.
I think it's just because they are depressed about AI, and they're trying to rationalize it.
No, it's probably just because they have a history of addiction in their family.
That too. They're always trying to rationalize everything.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think that like the reason Anthropic wants to do healthcare and bio is because if you can come up with like serious new drugs, then you can make a lot of money. Like for example, Eli Lilly is a $1 trillion company now because of GLP-1s.
Yep.
Like this one type of medication has created just hundreds of millions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars of market value. And, you can imagine other medications producing even more. I think Tenebris had a tweet about this. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, why are they getting into healthcare? Maybe so that they can like develop a bioweapon and then
there it is.
And then sell everyone, and then also develop the vaccine and then sell everyone the vaccine. But the vaccine actually has nanobots with Claude in it, and it injects your bloodstream.
Injecting my bloodstream with Claude.
New conspiracy just dropped. I'd be so good at like QAnon.
Yeah. You would be good at QAnon. In a different world, this is what MTS would be about.
Yeah. Anyways.
Tenebris says, sorry, how exactly did you guys think this is going to go? You thought Anthropic was going to build the infinity machine that can cure all diseases and prevent aging, and then let fucking Eli Lilly extract that and get the patent? The labs are going to do all of it.
I don't think that's particularly true. I think the labs will be heavily partnered with all of it. Like they'll have heavily financial commitments with all of it. I don't think particularly it'll be like the labs will actually be cooking up, all of these like novel gene therapies and stuff. They'll definitely be like heavily financially involved and invested, but
I don't particularly view this as doom posting. I'm quite neutral on who produces immorality drugs. That's kind of a funny Freudian slip. And think Anthropic is actually much more likely to charge lower prices / ensure more widespread access than pharma companies. Tenebris really loves Anthropic. He really loves Anthropic. It's like he's like an Anthropic fan, Anthropic Turbo fan.
Yeah. I mean, I understand, but you know, if Google, which is like probably the best company that we can point to, that's just like a mega company that fully like, you know, diversified outside of its original purpose, which was search, that it hasn't like, they're not like making like in-house drugs. Like they have isomorphic labs, which spun out, and then they have like heavily life sciences investments in their like venture fund, right? But it's not like they actually have like a full stack bio operation. I also in the same way doubt that Anthropic is going to have something similar. They'll just have like a venture portfolio and it will be huge, and
they're already building their own in-house bio operations. They're going to do it.
It's not like wet labs.
They will. Trust.
Okay.
By the way, do you know
Sure.
Tenebris is like a Chad in real life?
Oh.
Many Anons on Twitter, in case you don't know, are actually like secretly Chads.
Oh.
You'd have no idea because they're Anon, but it's true.
Wow, imagine the strength of your mind if you know you're a Chad, but you're just commit to be an Anon anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways,
Anthropic pulled ahead of the pack earlier this year when its Claude Code coding tool took off. Yeah. Okay, so basically, yeah, Anthropic is trying to shore up investor confidence. Tough investor questions on Chinese rivals. I think the Anthropic answer to this question is like, it doesn't matter. Like, we are focused on the absolute frontier intelligence. We're focused on literally making the singularity happen. And you're worried about like Kimi K3. Really, you're worried about slightly cheaper tokens for coding your vibe slop. It's not about this. It's about immanentizing the eschaton. Trump era tensions. I think Anthropic wins the most improved award in this category. Like, they were so bad at politics earlier this year. When the whole Anthropic DOW thing happened in like February, they literally like they had no idea what they were doing. They were like sending Dario this like, you know, we love Dario. We love Dario, but
I thought it was really cute and earnest.
He's kind of an SF autist. Like he's so cute and earnest.
Yeah, like I actually think that was a really wholesome moment.
Truly, I think Anthropic is really honest. They're honest to a fault.
Yeah.
They don't lie, they don't deceive. You know, you could say bad things about Anthropic. You can say they're a doomer cult, but you cannot say that they're dishonest. And then they figured out what to do. They sent Tom Brown to the White House to deal with the administration instead of Dario. He figured out the supply chain risk issue. He figured out the Fable issue. Got Fable unblocked. Now Anthropic is, Anthropic's kind of too big to fail. They're like a, national security asset of the United States. And so no matter how much the Trump administration hates Anthropic, they can't destroy Anthropic because they're, at this point core to the whole success of the country.
Yes.
Like without AI, we basically get the Chinese century. This is our Deus Ex Machina. This is our TR Taxes calls it the AGI Wunderwaffe, like the wonder weapon.
What?
Yeah.
Wait.
It's German. WUNDERWAFFE.
That's an awesome word.
It is. And then the AI infrastructure boom. I think Anthropic's answer to this is like, yeah, like the only way out is through. Like, yes, people will hate. You just have to convince them. Maybe you can take some marketing techniques out of the book of the tobacco companies. You could do a data center company website, and instead of being like, oh, we're focused on, building AI and American dynamism, you market it as like, we're focused on protecting the environment, like building in harmony with nature and whatever. Just like lean like hard
the
into
enlightened woke data centers. I actually tweeted about this, if you recall. Woke data centers.
You see the future first on @schizophrenia Twitter account.
So true. Yeah. I think like when we start pivoting to seeing guys,
rare aesthetic woke data centers.
Hear me out.
So
Hear
true.
Me out.
Woke, and it's just like nature. This is like Chinese data centers.
Yeah. if we build like a net zero data centers, I don't know how feasible that is, by the way. But we need like somebody who actually builds data centers on MTS.
It's pretty
Have we
feasible
gotten this?
with nuclear, I think.
Yeah. We talked to somebody who builds nuclear for data centers.
Ooh, situation detected.
All right, what do we have?
Brad Lightcap is leaving OpenAI. That's kind of crazy. This dude
Great
is
last name.
That actually is a great last name. It sounds kind of like Litecoin. He's the COO of OpenAI. He's been at OpenAI for a very long time. I believe since 2018. He joined OpenAI in 2018 as the CFO of the company. In 2022, he became the COO. Prior to that, he was an investor at YC, did finance at Dropbox and at JP Morgan, and he went to Duke. It's kind of cool. Like you see these like titans of Silicon Valley, and you go on their LinkedIn and you look at where they went to college, and like often it's it's just like a normal school, like good school, but not like MIT or Stanford.
I think Duke is like pretty good. It's
pretty good,
right?
Yeah.
I do love to see just like
it's not like top tier.
Yeah, like an econ and history.
Yeah.
I love to see like my liberal arts majors winning.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, I mean, I saw in our, someone sent this in the group chat and I could only read the text. I shared the message below with the OpenAI team this morning, and immediately just from that, I knew where this was headed.
Yeah.
Team, it is bittersweet to share that I'll be moving on from OpenAI to start something new. I feel incredibly fortunate to have spent most of the last decade pursuing our mission and building this company.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Sitting here today, mission success feels within sight. It has been the honor of my life to help bring us to this point and to do it alongside all of you.
Aw.
I think this is kind of an update. It's kind of an update for me, based on what I expected a few years ago from AGI. I think most of my predictions, my world model from back then was pretty solid, if I had to say. But there were a few things that I had to change my mind on. One of them was I'm kind of surprised by how many like very senior lab people are leaving the labs as we get so close to AGI.
That's not really that surprising at all.
Why?
He's been working on this for like nearly a decade. So he already feels like he made his contribution. This is why like I feel like it makes total sense for them to be like, okay, AGI is happening. I'm now going to go into some hyper specific niche subfield or neolab or something. Where I can have like an outsized impact as an individual because it's so small and nascent. Like the girl who's building telepathy, for example, totally valid. Not that she spent decades at OpenAI, but yeah, like totally valid. Like you don't understand why somebody who already
we're talking to her later.
Yeah,
it's gonna be lit.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
like somebody who already kind of paid their dues to the AI, like to AI development, just wants to do like something more specific and cool and niche. I think it's totally fair. I mean,
it's
I'd
fair
be
from like a normal career or something perspective, but from like a world historical AGI perspective, like why would you leave the people who are going to be building like the most important tech ever?
I
guess
think so.
They
though,
have
because,
equity, so that's something.
Yeah, that and also like presumably he basically saw this company go from, or nonprofit at the time, go from like extremely small to this like kind of like huge company. And I feel like that gets exhausting. I don't know. Or you feel like your work doesn't go the same way. Like it doesn't go as long of a way as it used to.
Yep.
So I think it makes sense.
I joined OpenAI in 2018, 8 years ago this month, because I wanted to work on something hard. Sam Altman introduced me to Greg Brockman and Ilyas Discover. Greg and Ilya were basically running OpenAI for a long time, until like 2019-ish, when Sam Altman sort of started moving away from YC to like take a bigger role. For a while, it was Greg and Ilya. Showed me a pitch deck suggesting that because models improve predictably with scale, AGI was not only possible but likely. If you had told me then that we'd be where we are today, I wouldn't have believed you. Really? You should have trusted the graph more. You should have trusted the straight lines on a graph. I had the privilege of building the first versions of most of our ops and business teams, from finance to legal, people, corpsec, GTM, gov, partnerships, and more. Yeah, remember, in 2018, OpenAI was like a small niche research lab. They were a nonprofit research lab. They were doing stuff like reinforcement learning research for like game playing agents. They like a year after that was when they did Dota. 2018 was the year they figured out the first version of GPT. So like they took Google's transformer architecture and realized if they train it on a large collection of web text, I think actually the first version of GPT was a data set of Amazon reviews, then they could get like really impressive generalization on some natural language tasks. But it was this kind of thing. It was almost like an academic research lab. And at the end of Brad Lightcap's tenure, less than a decade later, OpenAI is $1 trillion company. It's basically equivalent to a big tech company like Google. It's just like unimaginable change. Yeah, there it is. At the same time, we grew from a small research lab to one of the most consequential companies of our time. Over the last few months, I've been focused on the next horizon and what would stand in the way of mission success. I believe there are a few important new things the world will need to get right as we enter this next period.
I think this is great.
I'll have more to share soon. But I believe in OpenAI more than ever and excited to help you all advance the mission from a different vantage point. Okay.
Yeah, great.
Top comment is Joanne Zhang, also ex-OpenAI. OpenAI keeps on bleeding talent. Altman needs to have an internal leadership meeting and take charge of his ship. Yeah, bro, I'm sure Sam Altman has never thought of having an internal leadership meeting. Like what? Anyway. Oh, speaking of Neolabs. Have you seen River.ai?
Monitoring the Neolab.
New Neolab just dropped. It's actually not a new Neolab.
It's more Neo than the rest. River AI, yeah.
It's kind of Neo. They just raised $1 billion, 1.1 billion across our Series Seed and Series A. The Series Seed thing is so funny. It's like the startups think it's like not prestigious to have a seed round for some reason.
Series Seed.
So they call it a Series Seed.
Okay.
I don't understand it. Led by General Catalyst and AMP, which is Anjane Midha's company. Anjane was one of the first investors in Anthropic. He was also a general partner at A16Z. Strategic investment from NVIDIA and AMD Ventures, and participation from YC and Temasek. Temasek is like a Singaporean state-backed investment firm.
Oh, nice.
Cool. So their mission is to build powerful personal AI that knows you and works for you, and to put ownership of that intelligence in the hands of the people and organizations who use it. So it's like similar vision to Meta, similar vision to thinking machines.
Yep.
Most companies using AI today run general purpose models trained on the entire internet and designed for the broadest possible audience. They're powerful, but they're not built for any one org in particular. Yes. Thank you. So the River API changes that. Any enterprise can complete a complex RL run in 15 to 20 minutes. Is this basically just like Tinker from thinking machines? Like, what's the difference here?
But for enterprises?
Tinker is largely for enterprises, I think.
Yeah, it's possible.
Over time, we'll extend the same control to every individual. Getting there means building the full stack end to end. Yep.
Yeah. They're also, they're doing open weight models. So I'm sure that there's like, it's going to be easier to get money if you're doing open weight models because of how much of a push there is right now.
So Igor Babushkin's also has a pretty cracked resume. I'm not sure where he grew up. He has a master's in physics from TU Dortmund in Germany, and he did research at CERN. Then he became a researcher at DeepMind in 2017. Again, like, just so prescient to become an AI researcher in 2017. Like, if you think about the state of AI research in 2017, it was like, what do we have? We had like neural networks for like content recommendations. This was very early then. We had like extremely early experimental and useless self-driving. And we had like Amazon Alexa. That was the state of AI in 2017.
It's like vision, right?
Yeah, and they had like a little bit of computer vision stuff, but like it wasn't very much. So he worked at DeepMind from 2017 to 2020, then OpenAI till 2022, then back to DeepMind for a year.
Deeper Mind.
And then he joined XAI as a co-founder. He co-founded XAI with Elon, and he was like one of the top people at the company for 2 years.
Yeah, actually, so in this post, they talk about how a lot of their experience comes from XAI and Tesla at the leading edge of deep learning and reinforcement learning.
Yep. XAI has a real talent retention problem.
Yes.
Probably because they like work all of their employees to death. It's kind of bad. I know some XAI people, they really they really work you hard.
Yeah, we put together a 1.1 billion round for River to build American leadership in open weights. That's the narrative. Okay, open weights is going American dynamism mode.
American dynamism. Kind of base though. That's great.
Yeah, no, of course. It's great. Yay. Congrats to River.
Congrats to River. They also have a New York Times profile written about them, which we'll skim through. The New York Times profile photos always look so tough.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the MTS New York Times profile. His startup's goal, AI that is trainable and not controlled by a big company. A year ago, he left XAI. He argues AI should not be dominated by any one company. Put a new kind of computer inside people's homes. So he's doing a callback to the whole personal computing era of like the 80s. Bro, what is this ad? This isn't even an ad. This is a Chad. We hope that in the future, AI will be trained to benefit you as the individual rather than being a centralized thing. So this is a River AI office. This looks more South Bay than SF. This is the vibe I'm getting. Babushkin plans to build a new kind of computer server that would allow everyday businesses or individuals to easily run open source tech on their own hardware. Cool.
I'm workshopping a tweet idea.
What's your tweet idea?
It's like we need like basically words, funny little words for decentralized open source heads and like singletons heads. So singletoids is easy.
Singletoids.
But what would the decentralized open weight version be?
That's a good one. Like the open weight cultists.
No, that's too long.
No, I mean, but like describing those kinds of people.
Yeah, just like radical open weight people.
Yeah.
We can let that one simmer.
Open source AI technologies have become a hot topic in recent weeks. This is kind of funny, actually. Like taking a picture of a River employee intensely staring at the company's website, company's landing page. Okay, so investors include several prominent VC firms and the chip-making giant NVIDIA. Hemant Taneja from GC thinks that River is going to actually be competitive with Chinese open source. Wow, we still have no American open source models that are competitive with top Chinese open source.
Which is crazy because
it's kind of funny.
They just gave you the model. It just
OpenAI and Anthropic could do this whenever they want, but they don't. Why doesn't Anthropic open source Sonnet? Like, I know no one's paying for that shit.
Yeah, 100%. I actually am with you. Although, like, that just probably
it's not a safety issue either.
It's not a safety issue. It just that's just useless. That just doesn't really.
I guess Sonnet is kind of cooked at this point anyway.
Yeah. They could do it though, just for aura purposes. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, you know who else just raised a bunch of money? Another European AI startup, European AI Neolab, that raised a lot of money. Are you ready for this figure? It's kind of a crazy amount of money. $15 million. Not billion dollar, 15 million with an M.
Largest Neolab raise in Europe.
You are the richest Neolab ever. Okay, Financial Times. Can a 30-person startup build Britain's answer to OpenAI?
Oh my God.
No.
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
But it's a really positive, cute headline.
There's actually a meme.
Oh,
an
cosine.
adage.
The name is cosine.
Yeah, it's kind of a good name.
It's a great name. Yeah, I like it.
There's an old meme called Betteridge's Law of Headlines, which states any headline that ends in a question mark can be answered by the word no. So this one is definitely, can a 30-person startup with $15 million in funding build Britain's answer to OpenAI? No.
Is the cure to male loneliness a 30-person startup in Britain?
How are they going to even pay these people? 30 people for 15 million? Like 500?
Actually, that's not really like a question. Like they just actually... Like, if you're, an investment banker in London, you make, no money, low-key.
Okay, but, AI researchers in London get paid a lot by, DeepMind and Anthropic.
Do they?
Yes.
How much?
4, 5, 600,000 USD. They get paid a lot.
Really?
Yeah. Senior AI researchers get paid, I think, almost as much in the UK as they do in the US because they're American companies.
Yeah, they're American companies. This is a British company. What British company is fully British company is the highest paying in the UK?
I don't know. I'm sure some
probably
people
not
are making a lot of money in the UK. I'm sure there's investment bankers and finance people who make plenty of money in the UK. It's not that poor. They might be Euro poor. They're not that poor. London is still quite a rich city by global standards.
Totally. But it's just
The
not.
Financial
salary-wise,
Times did a really good graphic on exactly this, where they show Britain's economy is highly London-centric. So you can see here, London's GDP per capita is way more than the rest of the UK. The rest of the UK is just poor. Half of the UK is poorer than Mississippi. I think actually most of the UK. Mm-hmm. But London is as rich as, Frankfurt, Germany. It's almost as rich as Amsterdam. It's about as rich as LA, almost as rich as Chicago by GDP per capita. It's richer than Texas and Florida.
This is one of the best charts I've seen in a while. This is great.
Notice how high up the US chart is relative to everyone else. Despite all this, though...
Wait, they need to put China here as well. Can we actually get Fable to, expand this to China?
We should do that. I mean, it's going to be pretty low, though. It's going to be, lower than the poorest parts of the UK. Probably.
Yeah, for a lot of China, yeah. But I want to see how the big cities compare.
I'm going to get Fable to do this. Maybe Claude Design could do this. Remake this chart from scratch in the same style with updated data and add China as a separate column. All right, so Fable's off doing that now.
Cool. I love running parallel tasks so much.
I know. Ever since I was a small child, I always wanted to run parallel.
I wanted to run 100 agents at once.
I seriously think that I was kind of made for this. I so wanted something like Claude and ChatGPT to exist when I was a child. It's actually the fulfillment of a dream.
No, yeah, it does feel that way. At the same time, I'm still I still feel like I was born way too early.
Yeah, that's okay.
I need to be born in the culture series.
We'll hit longevity, escape velocity.
True.
Anyway, Cosine, founded by Chief Executive Alastair Pullen and Yang Li, is building Lumen Sovereign, a frontier AI model backed by government support and developed alongside companies including BAE Systems, PwC, and Lloyds Bank Group. Officials have described it as Britain's first fully... Yeah, PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Yeah, I know, but that's just really funny that it's such an old company.
It is.
Such an unk company.
Officials have described it as Britain's first fully sovereign frontier AI model. I'm trying not to be mean here.
You know the
Son.
the emoji that's the blue head trying not to laugh.
Yeah.
That's what's flashing in my head right now.
15 million. This is actually a meme. This is one of these Euro tech accounts. Those tech accounts. Matthias Schmidt. Have you seen this account? He's really funny.
I don't think so.
Yeah, at Euro founder Matthias Schmidt. I should follow this guy. He's really funny. And he tweets stuff founder based in the EU, building GDPR compliant startup. 7 years in, 7K MRR. And And yeah, it's just a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, it's like LinkedIn on Twitter.
Yeah, it's like LinkedIn like making fun of Europe.
Right.
Yeah. We do have a track record in this field. We've done real large scale work on large models. Okay.
The British Frontier Lab. This is so funny.
This is like a meme. This is seriously like a meme. I notice that, yeah, the company's raised just 15 million compared to the billions invested in rivals such as Mistral and the far greater sums committed to OpenAI and Anthropic. Do you know how much money OpenAI and Anthropic have raised cumulatively?
I don't even want to know.
Well, luckily, Epoch tells us. Cumulatively, where is it? Customized graph. There it is. Cumulative funding. Cumulatively, OpenAI has raised $186.8 billion.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about 10,000 times as much as this company, Cosine. And Anthropic has raised $139.4 billion. So
like, I'm just like really like there's obviously a lot of talent in the UK. What is going to be their like competitive edge? And this is not going to be like an open source model company, presumably, right?
No, it's going to be for like British industry and like the British government.
Yeah, we're getting British Daybreak and Glasswing.
But it's not even going to be that. We're getting British like GPT-3.
Yeah,
we're getting British like a DeepSeek Coder V2 Small from 2022. Yeah, Cosine shifted its focus to building AI systems for like regulated industries.
Like this is just for like national security, national interest reasons, right? It just boils down to that.
Its architecture is based on Mistral Large 3.
Son. Let's hit the speed.
Cosine doesn't plan to operate the model itself. Instead, it intends to make Lumen Sovereign available for others to deploy. Okay, that's actually a good idea, I guess, because they have like no compute. Broader public release in October. Okay, so that's like decent cycle time. The money would also fund an aggressive hiring push. Bro, you are not hiring anyone with $15 million. Yeah. Pullen concedes it cannot match the pay packages on offer at OpenAI and Anthropic. Mm-hmm. It's so sad. It's so pathetic. Like what has happened to the UK. Like this is a country that invented modernity. They did the Enlightenment. They did the Industrial Revolution. They conquered a quarter of the world. Like they built some of the greatest cities we've ever seen, like London. And they were like a global superpower until what, 60 years ago? And now look at it. It's just sad.
Yeah. I mean, empires have lifespans. It's just how it is.
It's really sad.
They pass the torch.
Yeah.
Soon we'll pass the torch to like, I don't know, like America too. I don't know.
Well,
it's just how history goes.
Oh, cool. Well, I guess we could end on a nice note. Fable finished the chart.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
So like I said, China is poor, and most of it is poorer than the poorest parts of the UK.
Yep.
Like the reason that Americans find China so awesome is because like, you know, we have lots of money by Chinese standards. So like the average American pulls up to China and they're just super rich. So of course you like it.
Yeah, but it's like a purchasing power, like intangible wealth thing. Like a lot of their wealth is like actually just in physical assets, probably. Mm-hmm. So it's just not even
and it is true.
Valid
like
comparison.
China's richest cities, Beijing and Shanghai, are as rich as anywhere in the UK outside of London, and they're as rich as much of the US.
We need to basically make this chart, but like controlled by like, I don't know, like physical.
Oh wait, hold on.
Advances.
Make the scale linear and not log. Okay, now it's gonna look crazy because look at where SF is. It's like 180K. It's just like way higher GDP per capita than anywhere else.
Yeah.
So we'll see if it finishes in like the next 30 seconds.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's just like when all of this wealth is caught up in like just like assets, like intangible assets, it's kind of like shrug. Like SF is up there, but if you compare cities, it's like laughable, right? If you compare it with any of the cities in China.
Okay, well, like
the physical build.
To be fair, like SF's GDP per capita is like super inflated for like a few different reasons.
Yeah.
One is it's a small population relative to what it could be because there's no housing construction. So there's only 800,000 people in SF, which is not a lot by the standards of these other cities. You know, New York has 8 million people. Beijing has probably 20 million people. And then another reason is because so many companies are headquartered in SF. And because GDP only counts the value of final goods, it like really inflates it. Mm-hmm. And also, of course, like earnings are high there. But like the purchasing power in SF is kind of shit for like almost everything.
Oh, 100%.
Like the
richest country in the world is Texas.
The richest country the richest country in the world is Miami.
Okay.
Anyway, Claude is being slow.
Yeah.
So,
all right. So we low-key gotta go.
We'll tap out here, and we'll be back soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Luis Belling, who is the CEO of Appeal Sciences, whose U.S. business was almost destroyed in a viral misinformation campaign. And now I'm here with Luis to talk about what happened and how their new analysis and what it's currently showing around how those attacks are continuing and even targeting you yourself. So excited to chat with you. I have so many questions, but welcome to MTS.
Well, thanks, Sophia. Thanks for having me, and really looking forward to the discussion. It's a great story that we're really excited to share.
I know. I was doing a little bit of research as you were coming in and reading about this, and it was definitely an interesting story. And right before we actually started recording, I was just asking Luis a little bit about it, and I was like, wait, save it all for air because I want the audience to hear this as well. But maybe to just get started, this misinformation campaign started before you actually became CEO. Can you share a little bit about what happened before you joined the company?
Yeah, the company was founded back in 2012, and the idea was really how do we extend fresh produce shelf life to reduce food waste, right? A very noble cause, and went through lots of years of developing the product. Product finally got made, worked really well, and starts to get really widely adopted, right? And as the product's being widely adopted, we almost got to about 60% of the U.S. market in avocados. Suddenly, we started getting attacks online. And the first attack started as, a confusion between our product and a cleaning product out of a company in the UK. And they associated our brand, Appeal, and our logo with another product that was called Appeal, a cleaning product that had a safety sheet that was obviously really, really dangerous and toxic. And started as that, which we thought was just a confusion, and we went out and cleared the air a little bit, say, hey, there's two different companies, just happen to have the same name. What we really found out was it was really intentional and organized, right? So it started right April of 2023, and I joined the company January of 2024. So I joined right in the middle as this information started to hit the company in a meaningful way.
So did you join specifically because of this misinformation attack? You wanted to do something about it, or is that just a coincidence?
It was a coincidence.
Okay.
I joined because I really believe in the mission of reducing food waste. But we were dealing with that. So it was one of the top priorities was how do we continue to grow the business while we manage, this information attack. And it was highly organized, 23 accounts, same day, same graphics, different countries, different time zones with the same message. So it was pretty well funded, organized, and they created a narrative that we were toxic, we contain heavy metals, we were funded by folks that really want to disrupt the supply chain and created a lot of fear. And as they created fear, retailers who are our customers starting to question what's going on, is this real? And suddenly we are in a tremendous pressure as we're scaling, the business.
Who started that misinformation campaign? Do you have any insight there?
We don't know, but when you go from 0 to 60% of a U.S. market in a time of about 2 to 3 years, that's what we capture. We probably didn't make a whole lot of friends in the industry, but we're never able to pin down who is behind. There's a lot of breadcrumbs as we investigate it, but we haven't found the person or the company behind it. But we know it's highly effective. It was highly funded through influencers. They tested significant amount of messages. And they were able actually to disrupt us for a period of time where our business went from 0 to 60 and back to 0 in a matter of 2 years. So very significant impact that we're now since trying to recover from.
One thing I'm curious about is you work in agriculture, and as someone, I'm not in agriculture, so I'm an outsider to this industry, but I would assume that your competitors probably aren't as technologically savvy or social media savvy. And so I'm curious because I know you don't know exactly who targeted the misinformation campaign, but my hunch would be probably a competitor or someone who is upset that you're disrupting this market. So I'm just trying to understand, how do they know so much about technology and social media to be able to do such a advanced targeted campaign?
Yeah, our guess is they knew what they were doing, or they hired people that knew what they were doing, right? If you think about the industry that we're disrupting, right? It's a legacy industry. Not a whole lot of innovation has been done to preserve preserve fresh produce and extend shelf life in a meaningful way, right? We actually developed plant-based coating that was very effective in doing that. So if you think about elimination of single-use plastics, a lot of fresh produce is wrapped on plastics. Why? To try to preserve their lives. We actually develop a coating that you don't need to put single-use plastic. So you can think about that. You can think about transportation. A lot of fresh produce is transported via cold storage. With our technology, you can actually transport it as ambient. So you can actually reduce the amount of cold storage and refrigeration you use. Think about the waxes and a lot of products, pesticides that gets put on produce to try to control bugs and to try to control, decay. Our product replaces a lot of those technologies. Those technologies are legacy technologies that have been around for 40, 50 years. So I don't know who is behind, but you can see we were disrupting not only one, but we're disrupting many different uses. Therefore, they were very effective, and they were effective at actually testing messages. They didn't land on a message per se initially. They tested different things, and once they created the fear, and most important, they created the pause from the retailer, that's when they doubled down with a lot of influencers and messages to the point that got a little bit out of control.
Would you say that this is typical for companies who are trying to disrupt legacy businesses?
I think we're seeing that happen, right? There's a lot of emphasis on cybersecurity, right? You think about, technology, you think usually about cybersecurity, but there's not much emphasis on narrative security. So if you look just what's happening with data centers around the country right now, that's a clear example of something that is going to be really good losing the narrative because there's somebody behind with a different interest, right? So, we think because we're disrupting a legacy industry, and it was disruptive in a very meaningful way and fast, the only way to try to slow us down was to create a narrative that we were creating issues with the food system, therefore trying to pause us from making the impact we were having, right? And I think it is something I would encourage companies, founders to really think about, not only cybersecurity, but controlling the narrative, being aware what people are talking about you and engaging that conversation. Because that's one of the things that when I joined, I noticed right away, we weren't engaging. We were leaving a big void. And as people created their narrative and false narrative, there was a big gap that we allowed. Therefore, that took the space, if you will.
Yeah. Interesting that you bring up cybersecurity and specifically how you have to defend your narrative. And you use the example of data centers around someone who's not really doing that effectively. But for the data centers example, that's not necessarily a targeted campaign. That's more, my understanding of it is that it's not a targeted campaign. That's specific, individuals who feel like their communities are being disrupted by hair. Do you have a different take on this?
Time will tell. I don't think it's coincidence that a revolutionary technology like AI and the amount of investments going in and the amount of wealth and business that can create, suddenly people are worried about, electricity costs locally, even though most of the companies are saying it's going to be subsidized. So I do believe, my personal belief is there's another side that is interested in disrupting this or benefiting from the disruption of this. And time will tell whether, it's just individuals worried about or there's a hidden agenda behind it. In our case, we knew there was a hidden agenda. From the beginning, we noticed how coordinated those were and how intentional and well-funded they were. And we knew that they were trying to take a narrative and disrupt a very innovative company with those tactics.
How is AI influencing this? Is this just going to become a lot more commonplace?
I think AI has played a role in, algorithms are running faster than facts. And then with those algorithms, what we saw was 300 managed accounts that actually attacked us and then got picked up by the bots, right? So I think if you think about how AI can actually make it better or worse, you can quickly create narratives with AI and make it sound really real and trustworthy, right? So that's a watch out. But also you can actually combat by leveraging AI. That's kind of what we've done by doing all the social listening and understanding what's going on online, what messages are being portrayed, and how we combat those. It's all leveraging social listening, digital listening, and AI to combat some of the messages that were portrayed against us.
Can you walk me through how you guys specifically used AI to understand what was happening with this misinformation attack and how you actually defended against it?
Yeah, it was really interesting. There's one that I don't think anybody heard about this, so I'll share this first time. I was a couple of months ago, I was going to Europe visiting, and we have a very large business. The impact was primarily in the US. We saw no impact in our European business. As a matter of fact, our European business is growing fast. So I went to spend 2 weeks in Europe. And I had shared exactly countries I was going to be in and retailers and suppliers that I was going to be meeting with, names and those. Within 2 days of my trip, intentional attacks started talking about certain supermarkets should not be carrying a PO. And they only mentioned the ones I was visiting 2 days before I arrived into the country. Right. And as I'm traveling now, I'm really connected online because of the disinformation attacks. I noticed what really odd. I'm about to visit this UK retailer, and now the attacks are on this UK retailer talking to appeal about their products. As I moved to another country, they attacked the other retailer, and so forth and so on. So pretty quickly, we got our team in place and said, hey, we need to understand what's going on because it seems like it's very intentional. Most importantly, we need to quickly leverage analytics on what's happening and how do we counter these messages ahead of it. We know the next country and we know who I'm going to be visiting next. Let's get ahead of whoever is already attacking us. And we were leveraging AI to understand the messages, what was resonating, the comments, and most importantly then, how do we quickly put messages out there ahead of my visit so that way we would mitigate the noise and the false narratives.
How are they doing that? Are they tapping into your phone? How does this technically happen?
Yeah, I had to turn over my computer. I got a new computer now, a new phone because we don't know how. It's obvious there's a way that they're tracking, or it seems like they're tracking what we're doing as a company, and especially myself, right? Because then not only the attacks were on the company, but the attacks was also on me going to these places and what I was trying to do and with the food system.
Do you think the attackers are domestic attackers or foreign adversaries?
I don't know. We don't know. It's definitely being funded outside of the U.S. as well.
Really? How do you know that?
Because of the accounts that we follow. Right?
Okay.
One of the things that we've mapped was the accounts that posting comments with the same content repeatedly. Where are they from? And there's a percentage, and it's about 30 to 40% of the accounts are not sitting in the U.S. Right? That's the beauty about what X has done, because now they actually has released, where your account is from and how many times you change your name and your account. So there's about 30 to 40% that's actually international posting.
Do you know where? Is it a specific area?
No, it's, obviously some in Asia, some in Europe, a little bit in South America, but primarily Europe, and I'll say Africa and Asia are the three main continents that we see the accounts, but obviously majority still in the U.S.
If it is a foreign adversary, what's the incentive to put resources behind a misinformation campaign?
I think, again, I believe they are trying to stop an American innovation from being widely adopted. And they were very successful in the US, right? We went from 0 to 60, back to 0, and now we're rebuilding the business. Actually, we're rebuilding in a very interesting way now, not only with plant-based coatings, but other things. So there's an interest of not wanting to see this technology prosper because I think that the legacy industry might not want to be disrupted, right? And again, we don't know who it is, but we know we're disrupting 3 or 4 main industries and a lot of billions of dollars that these industries make on an annual basis. And it's an innovation that is very creative that others haven't been able to replicate. So it's not like there's anybody catching up to us, right? So it is trying to disrupt us. And U.S. successfully, we're regaining market share. And now in Europe, they're trying to disrupt. They haven't really been successful. interesting. If you think about Europe is usually more restrict about what goes on their food. Only 400 ingredients are allowed to be used on European versus 4,000 in the United States.
Yeah, people say they get no stomach bugs in Europe. What do they do here?
And our product is approved to be used widely within the European Union. So it's not about the safety of our products. It's about how effective actually is and how disruptive it can be to the legacy industries.
Is this unique to your company, or now that you understand how these campaigns and misinformation campaigns happen, are you seeing them everywhere? And do these happen, like what industries are the most affected by this?
No, I think you've seen over the years, I've been in ag for about 2.5 decades, right? I've seen with the GMO movement, GMO was actually a good thing, ended up losing the narrative to something portrayed as negative. I mean, you see around pesticides, you see around, there's major companies right now, fruit companies being attacked as we speak. So I think it's something that has happened over the years. But now with how algorithms run and how fast that information travels, I think you feel it faster and more impactful than perhaps in the past. There were false narratives in the past. The legs didn't grow, didn't take off as fast as you see it now.
I guess I'm wondering, is this unique to agriculture, or wouldn't you see this all the time happen in politics or other things, especially when they affect foreign governments?
Yeah, I think this is a tactic that's been used for hundreds of years of how you create narratives with false narratives, leveraging fear. Yeah. This is what it's about. I think is leveraging fear. Human beings, when you fear something, and you tend to lose trust. And when you lose trust, then suddenly you talk about it and you don't make a purchase or you don't take an action. And I think that happens in many industries. It happens in politics. I think it happens, we're seeing in AI. We've seen in ag, where I've spent, most of my career. But I think it's tactics of fear to drive. And when you fear something, you look for a solution.
Yeah.
What we noticed, just to give you an interesting perspective, is the influencers that were actually spreading the false narrative, they were creating a movement back to their clicks where they were selling other products. So they're trying to profit from that fear. So I scare you, I tell you there's a better solution, and by the way, I offer that better solution, come get it from me. And I think that happens across many industries, not particularly in ag.
I think one of the biggest fears people have with AI and algorithms is that our brain won't be doing the work of critical thinking anymore. And instead, a lot of our thinking, our thoughts, our opinions, our political beliefs will be highly influenced by the algorithms that we're fed. I want to get your opinion there. And then also, if you have any examples on how that's actually happening today.
Yeah, I think, we are getting trained to really to get a dose of information very quickly, very short, right? And what you see for the 30 seconds, the few seconds you watch, basically you're getting trained that that's the type of information, that's how you consume information. And I think that's very dangerous because you have these clips and these cuts, which is just one side really short that your brain absorbs, and suddenly you start thinking about that. I think what I've learned and what we've learned is very important to first do your research. Whenever you see something that sounds doesn't sound right, do your own research. Don't just believe what you see, and also look at the other side. Why am I being listened? Why am I listening to this? What kind of fear is this creating? What should I do about it? How do I find facts? And then go research. Take a little bit more time, because I think that's going to be the new norm. The new norm is there's so much information now. We consume it so fast, and it's so quickly to just consume one side of it and suddenly believe that's the truth. And I think we need to step back and do more research ourselves. And hopefully with that, the algorithms then also get adjusted as you're doing more research. The algorithms get adjusted and start feeding, the truth or start feeding different evidence that you can make up your own truth.
Do you think there's too much power concentrated in the hands of the people who are designing the algorithms, or more importantly as well, designing the models who can then give you information about what's happening?
I don't know if there's too much power. What I see is there's no patience to really listen and learn. I think I think these things are great. The fact that you have so much information at your fingertips, and now you can actually do research and get a ton of information even faster, I think is good. So I don't think it's about power. I think it's about how we as human beings understand that we're being fed a lot of information, how to sort through that more accurately, so you can actually get to the facts, or be able to form your own opinion. So I do encourage people to do research.
What advice would you have for a company who wants to be on the defense, who wants to ensure that, hey, I recognize that this is a big threat. Similar to how you would for cybersecurity. Okay, I'm going to put all my security and all my hardware and my devices so that no one can come in. What do you have around the company and their narrative? How do you actually be on defense here?
Yeah, I think what we learn is playing defense is not where you want to be, right? Narratives are going to be created. What you want to do is you want to put your side of the story, and you actually want to share that with a broader audience. We were quiet for a period of time. That gave too much space for the other narrative that then suddenly took off, and we were being accused of many different things that weren't true. We then flipped and said, we're going to put our narratives, and we're going to invite people to come see us. So we invited a lot of people to come to our headquarters. If you're concerned, come see the product, come see how we manufacture it. And then after that, go out and speak the truth based on what you learned, right? So it isn't, you have to defend when you're attacked, but you also got to engage, and you actually got to be open about, what we do. And we had nothing to hide. That was the interesting thing. If you actually met the founders, how deliberate they were in developing the product, how meticulous they were about the ingredients that we thought about picking and developing, you would know there's no way you're doing something bad, right? So we invited, I don't think it's about playing defense. I think it's about making sure that your side of the story is out there for people to see and engage with. Because if you don't, then you are playing defense and you lose the narrative, and it's really tough to regain it. It took us, starting in 2023, we're in 2026, it took us 3 years to just neutralize it. We haven't even convinced people. We'll just have people not fear the technology anymore, right? So we're in the next phase is how do we get people to really believe in the technology and want the technology back?
What did you learn from this whole experience now that you're 3 years from maybe the worst of it, hopefully the worst of it? Do you feel more prepared? Did you learn something? Is there a silver lining to all of this?
Definitely. I mean, it was a massive learning, right? 3 things or 4 things that I would say that are really critical. One is engage.
Yeah.
Do not run away from that. The second is take legal actions. We took legal actions. We actually brought 4 lawsuits against influencers, and that not only created a deterrence strategy, which others are like, okay, well, if I'm spreading false information, I got to be careful. Second was made people really question, okay, what were these influencers really saying, and why were they attacking this company, and where they profited from it? So take legal actions, engage in the conversation. And the last piece is really invite people to see your technology. Don't be afraid, right? And that's, I think, the third piece that the phase we're in is like, we want everybody to come down to Santa Barbara, to our headquarters. We want to open the doors. We want people to see it, touch it, eat it, and be able to feel really safe about it. Because what we're doing is actually a good thing. Food waste, if you think about 50% of fresh produce gets thrown away every year. 30% of every food gets thrown away. And you have a lot of people still going hungry. So, if we can actually extend the shelf life, we can actually make that food make to its intended use. It's a noble cause. And what we're doing is actually safer. We're actually using the same ingredients that you have in the fruits and vegetables. Every piece of fruit has a protective layer already, natural protective layer. And the difference between a strawberry, who lasts only maybe 10 days, and an orange is how thick that protective layer is. What we did was we extracted those ingredients, which are really plant oils. They're lipids. We extract them, we formulate it into a spray solution, and we put it right back on top of the fruit. And our thesis was if you add an extra barrier, it's going to extend the shelf life. And that's what it does. So we're actually using nature to protect nature. So it's very safe. And we had nothing to hide, right? So lots of questions about what are the ingredients. We now are inviting. So engage. Don't let people take over the narrative. Take actions if you have to, and then have people speak on your behalf once they have, your side of the story.
Definitely. Well, Luis, I really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS, sharing your side of the story. It's incredible learning about you went from 0% of market share to 60% of market share very fast, and then back down to zero, now continuing to rebuild. But your story teaches a lot about what other founders can also, how they can be defensive, how they can be proactive around crafting their own narratives. So thank you so much. And thank you for coming on MTS.
Sophia, thanks for the time. I really appreciate you. Kind of gives us a chance to share a little bit of our story. Thank you.
Likewise. And we'll be back with MTS. Hello, everyone, and welcome to MTS. Yesterday, Anthropic's Claude didn't solve the Riemann hypothesis, but it did produce a number theory result using a massive autonomous research process. Joining us to explain what happened and what it means for AI-driven science is MIT physicist and AI researcher David Cherturian. David, welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Maybe we can start off explaining what exactly yesterday did Claude prove, and why is that different from actually proving the hypothesis itself?
Right. So what Claude did was basically prove that whatever set of zeros or solutions the zero-Riemann function has, at least 2/3 of those sit on this critical line. And the goal is that we want to show that all of them sit on this critical line for which the real part is a half. And so we don't know how to approach this, broadly speaking. In number theory, there's a lot of weird thieves and things you do to kind of constrain as much as possible the solution space. So far, they have gotten it down 41%, whatever number of zeros this equation has. 41% of them lie on that line. They upped that yesterday to 2/3, and it's not exactly 2/3, by the way. It's just some like constant that happens to be close to that. And the model did it by bringing in a lot of really inequalities and constraints and sieves and things that are rather specific to analytic number theory, I might say. Leveraging sort of the structure of primes and their properties and sort of how dense they are in different regimes to prove that 2/3 of these zeros are on this line. The challenge is the other third, and in fact, there's even a question of, you can prove that 100% of the zeros are on the line, but what usually ends up happening in math is that you kind of prove, just under 100%. So even if we prove that 100% are on that line that we want to show for the Riemann hypothesis, we could have a finite number of them, and that would still count as 100% because 0% would fulfill that requirement, and that would still be enough to have some zeros lying somewhere.
Yep.
So do you think it was actually meaningful progress in any way to solving the Riemann hypothesis? I saw the math people on Twitter were disagreeing about this.
Yeah, I think mathematically, not really. People were pointing out also yesterday how, for instance, Goldbach's-Weak conjecture was shown, this kind of 100% statement in 1937, and only sometime earlier this millennium did we actually allegedly have tackled the full proof for it, because there were some edge cases that could still be lying there. And so similarly, we could have this for Riemann hypothesis, but it is impressive that these strides can be made if you just get an idea to kind of call your AI while you're jogging, like they reported happened, and make significant progress, something that would really be publishable, right? And something that for someone, for instance, my age, would be really impressive if they did on their own. I think it poses a lot of questions of, what does upskilling merit look like in math if you can just spin this up while you're running and then call it a day. There's also a verification question, right? They talk in the briefing sort of that Anthropic gave, that they had 2 in-house mathematicians download 50-ish materials, manuscripts, just to make sure that nobody had kind of shown this before, or that it wasn't immediately a result of something that was shown before. And so there's also a question of that, like, how do you verify this is all true? The informal sort of what they call informal brief they put out was so convoluted, although for analytic number theories that might be fine. Yeah, overall, it seems like this speaks more about how quickly AI is moving, and that it may be down the road autonomous will solve Riemann hypothesis, but it might not be the most important thing for actually proving it as a mathematical theorem. Yeah.
Yeah. So what was genuinely new here? Is it just the idea? Was it just a clever synthesis of existing work, or what was new?
It seems like it was clever synthesis of broadly existing work, and just intelligently applying a lot of sieves, so to speak, to really constrain that number even more. And sort of the patience that AI has, because it has such high debit and volume, that a human might have not had to actually test all hypotheses. They talk about how they had a sort of sequential but also parallel approach to the solution, where they spawn off a lot of agents.
Yeah.
They encourage them to, you're doing a good job, keep going, and that was kind of like the human contribution there. And they say that it was only 31 million output tokens, which is not a lot. Like, for reference, GPT Pro, if you give it a hard math problem, allegedly it has a budget of around 1 million. So, it was about, say, the equivalent of 30 GPT Pro requests. That would take you, maybe a day to run. What if you run it for a week longer? What if you allocate these resources they just did for a week longer, a month, a year longer? Would it eventually converge in a solution? It's unclear, because it did make good progress for the resources that it was given. And so my take here is that we're really under eliciting the models, basically. And it really begs the question, what more can be kind of plucked out of the latent space if we just give the model more resources? And where does the human verification almost bottleneck happen, if there is such a thing? I think we might see significant progress, and there's already Reddit threads, where they're like, oh, let's push this percentage even more. And people have pushed it from like 67.25% to like 0.3%. And it's kind of comical that everyone is throwing their agents to push that even more. And it's unclear that they won't make even a 1% dent in the progress. And maybe in the process, you kind of get some new ideas for how you can exponentiate almost those methods and get the full thing all the way, that the few humans working on this already might not have the time and space to allocate attention to.
Curious if... Go ahead.
Yeah, can you go into a little more detail about what you were talking about with how people are using agents to like unlock a bunch of stuff that's in the latent space? Like, how much AI math progress do you think will come from fundamental model improvements versus just people using the models we already have, or slightly better models, to just look through the enormous volume of mathematics that's out there and kind of find low-hanging fruit that hasn't been found before?
I think that a lot of things will come from AI training progress, but it seems that the low-hanging fruit that they reveal each time there's like sort of a new step increasing capabilities is so much that in itself might take us a while to process. I really think it's both. But I think right now, if we even like somehow stopped AI capabilities growing like tomorrow, we would have just so much to go through that the mathematicians would be overwhelmed. I mean, I know this is sort of like not the most appreciated anecdote, but the Roche Problem Forum went from, having like some number of solutions per year to now like people posting 5 a week individually, right? Throughout July. This has been a thing now, where there's people solving them in bulk. And there's a question always of like, oh, well, maybe this was always within reach of humans, people just have time for it. I think that we might see extremely almost millennium style, if not millennium price style progress, if we just almost like stop now and keep going from there and just push the models to kind of sample more and work more towards more systematic approaches. A lot of people say that AI is only as good as a collaborator right now, but I think there's not a good way to qualify how do you even use AI in a way that you actually give it the space to work, not as a collaborator to you, where you just ask it questions, but you actually let it, kind of have the whole workspace and the whole time that a human might. How do you kind of unleash it from the prompt in browser, right? There are ways to do that. And I think that because many people aren't doing that, we're having this narrow view of what is possible, even with current capabilities. And it remains to be seen what full unleashing, even with current capabilities, will do. I'm very optimistic. I've said that I believe that Dream Hypothesis could be solved this year, in whatever format, even if that's not humanly accessible. Yeah.
Does a multi-agent setup actually matter here? So, for example, if you just have all these different sub-agents, are they each creating better reasoning, or just having more agents just creates more numbers of ideas being tried, and now you just have this inference to time compute, right? The more time that you actually test it out and search, you can unlock new capabilities from that.
I think it really depends also how you set them up, but there could even be a sort of single agent approach where, much like Andrew Wiles worked a lot on Fermat's theorem after many years, like finally, developed all the tools even necessary to solve it, to crack that. You could even have something like this happen with other important problems, and just giving the model the space to actually think for the equivalent of a human mathematician's years, right? So let's say a model thinks for the equivalent of 7, 8 expert human mathematician hours every time you prompt it, right, in browser. What if you do that just like 1,000 times in a row and you actually allow it to collect the responses previously given? It isn't clear to me that eventually it won't stumble upon very cool things the way a human mathematician kind of nerding out at a problem for many years would. And so, for people like me, like young people like me, it's like, should I even start my PhD? Should I explore the question so deeply, or should I just press a button, wait a month, and get the equivalent of like PhD thesis worth of work? Of course, it's good to understand that, but who would be given more merit down the road? The person who pressed the button, or the person who stood for 5 years through a PhD, for instance? And what would the world even look like by the time you get to the end of that problem? Because the things are moving so quickly, right? I think, I believe in single agent approaches as well, but the coding copilots also, people might not have good experiences with them because they're kind of trained to follow like a spec and not derail too much. That is a bit not conducive to open research questions, because you might have to derail a lot your chain of thought. But I think there are ways to make it work in what one would call a single agent for a very long time and get very cool stuff. And that's been my experience too, by the way. Just operating stuff with my voice, solving problems, sort of in my sleep. While I was walking the graduation stage at MIT, they were getting solved. Right now, I'm solving some in the background that I'm confident in. Where it almost feels like we're living in a post-discovery-ish world where the discovery part is like lighter, whereas so far humanity has been polishing so much to just make the discovery process so robust. Now it feels like it kind of falls from the sky into your lap, and you kind of have to make sense of that. And that's a bigger issue of if we get tomorrow all 100 important results in analytical number theory, and they somehow even sum up to the dream hypothesis, who would understand all of them, and what time, what purpose would that serve? These are not rhetorical questions. I think these are questions academia sort of should sit down and think about.
So what do you think about the idea that in the near term, the demand for human mathematicians will rise because of basically Jevons paradox? Yes, AI is getting much better at doing mathematics, but it hasn't yet reached the point of absolute, complete, total automation. And so there's still a lot of comparative advantage for human mathematicians. There's a lot more math to do that maybe couldn't have been done before within a practical amount of time. So do you think that there will be more mathematicians in the near future?
I think it's hard to talk about any kind of delta of mathematicians in the near future, because it just takes so long, right, to become a mathematician. You have to basically go to a PhD. And talking with people I'm class of 2026 at MIT, talking with people just younger than me, older than me, it's hard for people to set in their mind what they're going to do and set out to become mathematicians, which is important when you have a pipeline for mathematicians coming in. You have to make sure they start a PhD. What is math academia telling right now young people about what's this at the end of the tunnel, other than just a huge wall of TV static? I'm not sure this necessarily helps people set themselves on the path of becoming mathematicians, especially this kind of year-long process. We might have people almost like me who discover a lot of things, then hand it over to expert mathematicians who were expert before AI came by, because you can almost separate totally the discovery and understanding and digestion process. But I think the question of what it means to be a mathematician is so strange that it's hard to answer your question from even that standpoint. And I think in the near term, it's just going to be whatever debit we've already seen, just because you can't upskill overnight to become a mathematician to make up for this apparent new demand that might arise. Yes. And of course, by the time that this all gets sorted out, there's going to be a question of, in general, human cognitive, high-skilled work, what importance that will hold. I think that the existing mathematicians will benefit from this kind of extra attention cone and resources going into this, but new mathematicians, it's hard because that was going to be only many years from now, not near future.
What still is unique that human mathematicians have to work on? Is there any type of specific scientific taste or something that AI can never automate?
I'm not sure that I could argue ever that AI can never automate all of the things that I'm going to say, but for now, people definitely point out how AI doesn't have a good theory of mind for who it's presenting its results to. It's like you ask it to write a manuscript of its findings, and it kind of assumes you've already read everything ever. And the like latter parts of your proof, you kind of have this kind of weird latent understanding the way it does, and that's not true. I don't think this can be fixed by the next like GPT or Claude update though, with enough data and just like dedicated attention towards this exact issue. There's a question of will AI be able to make kind of new AirDosh problem lists? So AirDosh, for instance, posed so many good questions across his life, and we're now going through all of them, solving them, right? Mostly using AI nowadays. Will AI be able to pose a set of equally relevant, interesting questions? And how will we even gauge that by if we are not handing it over for human solving, right? Is there any way to gauge interestingness and value as it is solved by AI? Will we just kind of watch as it goes and gauge post hoc if the solutions, if the questions that AI posed that then it also solved are good enough and dense and information enough, the way the Erosh problems say are? That's unclear, and I think I still want to say that this will never get solved. But for now, they're clearly bad at posing good questions that are research worthy and that have like a lot of consequences if they're like tackled and resolved. So that this is like these are the glaring things, but I'm not sure that by 2027 this won't also be just totally overridden.
What does verification look like? And does every time agent actually proves something, does it also have to produce a bunch of like lean proofs alongside their verification? And where do humans have to actually come in to verify if this is correct or not?
I think this really depends on the human you ask. I'm fine, but not, in a way where I would kind of build a Jenga things on top of the result. But if you ask 5.5 Pro if a result that is like 50 pages is correct, it will very likely correctly assess the correctness of the proof that you gave it that is like not maybe 100 pages long. This has been true of a few months now. Before it wasn't as good. Then you ideally auto-formalize in lean, hope and pray that there's no lean kernel exploited found along the way it's found, 0-day vulnerabilities and important systems. And then if the lean compiles, that's good, but then you want to have a manuscript that humans can read. Maybe if it's like too long, you want a shorter version. Some people now expect that you also give like all of the prompts and all of the outputs that sort of gave the result. And that's a lot. I think, this is going to be true for a while. And I think people will expect these kind of weird, totally big bundles of artifacts that you produce while eliciting a result from AI that is complex. But it's a sort of like just rigorosity wish, or it's like a wish for to check if necessary, because the amount of artifacts that you generate when you resolve a problem like this that is complex enough and takes long enough to resolve by AI, you might not have human time to go through all of the artifacts or understand them. But for now, this is, I think, the upper standard where you like provide everything that was involved. And people really expect that, even though then you get the chain of thought summary and people are like, oh, we don't understand this. So it's almost like, don't ask for the boiling hot water on the stove because you might get it. Yeah.
What kind of skill set do you think is needed to effectively do math with AI? Because, like, on the one hand, you have all of these like really professional, experienced mathematicians like Levent Alpoga, who were like making substantial research math progress with Claude. But then on the other hand, like the Riemann hypothesis stuff yesterday came from Jared Sumner, who's a smart guy, but he's not a mathematician, and he was able to make substantial progress just by like posing the problem to Claude and telling it you can do this. So what do you think?
In my experience, all of the problems that I solved so far, and now there's like a handful of them that have been verified and packaged nicely too, I don't think I ever fundamentally viscerally understood the solutions the way I would have if I solved them by hand. And I think you can solve extremely impressive problems without having any idea what is going on mathematically. That is really where we are at. And we're seeing, like high school groups of high schoolers on the Arosh Problem Forum tackle problems just like throwing their GPT 5.6 Sol Ultra at the problem and then calling it a day. I think that really only thing that matters is just having this mimetic understanding of if the model says it's correct, it might very well be, and taking it to the right channel, sometimes human verification, sometimes auto formalization to put it forward. You might not need anything more than like a bit of calculus or some kind of understanding of symbolic mathematics. The bar is extremely low for the mathematics that you need, and I think like a lot of people are intimidated because they were intimidated by math in school. But I can honestly say that I don't understand viscerally, like truly, all of the results that I put so far forward in math. And I'm not sure I'm fine with that, but for now, I would rather discover a lot and then go back and process it and kind of be on this hill climb of discovering a lot. There's the question of when it will stop, right? And when will expert mathematicians feel the same way? Like, oh, we've been discovering things for a year now. I haven't gotten to catch up. And I'm afraid that we might never catch up. But that is to say that, yeah, the bar is very low for the amount of math you need to know to solve stuff.
Yeah, the bar is low. I'm curious what this actually means for the future of mathematics if you have proofs that are just way too long for any actual human to review. And so now you have agents who are writing the proofs, and then you have agents who are reading and verifying the proofs. What does this mean?
Seems like it'd have to be really, really long. Like what, hundreds of thousands of pages?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is sort of like the same question as the agent economy, where like there's a chance that AI can just have its own, section of the economy, and humans are just left with less resources for their own economy. We probably are going to pivot to, maybe math as a tool more and hope that AI discovers a lot of useful things for applied stuff, engineering, to be able to even justify keeping it sort of alive to keep on generating stuff. I don't know. I think this really breaks the image that a lot of young people probably had for their career. And I'm someone who made peace with this, like even a few years back. But I don't see it going any other way than just AI totally overtaking us in debit and complexity. And after that, it might be sort of how we had human computers, and then they were like not human computers who just did the calculations and people use them as a tool. Or it could take very esoteric ways. You could have some kind of large hadron collider of math where you just collide so much and then you have humans sift through what feels important based on some like weird statistical priors we have. It can really become like a convenience to discover new math. Which isn't almost like nice to say, and I almost feel like a monster putting that out there. But I really think that this is sort of the way it's looking based on the volume and complexity and advancements in these realms that we're seeing so far.
Yeah, definitely. Well, David, I did want to thank you for joining us today on MTS. This was a super fascinating conversation, and just getting to better understand the field of mathematics, how AI is affecting the future of this field as well. So really appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
And we'll be back with MTS.
State of the sponsors. We're back. Starting with Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
Next up, we have Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
And of course, 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com. The hat with the suit is so crazy. It's kind of tough, though.
What aesthetic is this, bro? Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
And Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And lastly, AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick.
And now? Time to monitor the discourse.
Discourse time. Starting with Grokbot. Have you seen Grokbot? It's kind of catchy. I have to say, Grokbot. It is pretty catchy. And I like the design here. Introducing Grokbot, now in early beta. Catchy. Bots are AI teammates that do real work for you. They sign into your tools, use them just like you do, and come back with finished work. So we'll take a look at their launch video. To mess with the Zoom audio again. Why can't this stuff just work? Isn't Zoom like a, mega billion-dollar company?
Yeah, they should invent a Zoom that doesn't make you want to KYS.
Is there just no sound? This is just really strange. Okay, we'll just do it without the music.
Can you send NDAs to all of our campus leads? How many employees do I have starting on Monday?
Confirm which companies on LinkedIn you're currently parsing through.
There wasn't anything to learn. It was just like bringing on a coworker to my team.
Something really cool that bot can do is actually watch how you work and then be able to record what you're doing and then summarize that into a real workflow.
It's not using your computer, so you can keep doing work in parallel while bot's working on another instance.
For almost every other AI product I've used, the output is in the chat. With bot, the output is somewhere else.
Having an actual computer instance that has the browser open, that understands how the site actually functions, that's, I think, why it's worked so well. It all started with email. I said, just go off and send them. All of them are sent out, as I said, and it's kind of built its own layer of trust, and it's something that I'm totally comfortable being hands-off with.
I have a Figma agent that will create slides for me during a meeting. It will hold the discovery notes and then create a slide deck at the end of the call. And they're always like, how did you create that during the call? That's incredible.
I think it's funny when they're talking to each other and they actually give direction to each other.
I noticed it's kind of replacing like all of my other apps. Like I'm just living with my bots like in that window and I'm not switching between everything else.
I've always had like an AI thinking part.
My other apps. Like I'm just living with my bots like in that window.
Just called Hey Girly.
Girly bot.
I'm not switching between everything else.
I've always had like an AI thinking partner, but I've never had an AI doing
girl boss. We'll have girl bots.
Girl bot.
Partner that like actually does things.
With bot, there are no limitations. It's so natural. Can't really imagine going back to an old way of working.
Girl bot is a synonym for void.
That's funny.
So the app reminds me of the Sora app.
You mean the logo?
Yeah.
The design?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of two things, actually. The first is the drop-in remote worker that Leopold talked about in situational awareness.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of the whole thing, I think. This is like Elon is trying to make the drop-in remote worker into a reality, which leads into my second point, which is it reminds me of remember the SpaceX S1? Their like IPO prospectus, and people were like pointing out that it had this like extremely optimistic projection for like revenue from enterprise AI. Remember this? Well, like most of this projection from revenue from enterprise AI is just like selling drop-in remote workers that can replace labor. Because like if you get an actual like robot that is capable of actually replacing a human's job, then companies will pay a lot of money for that, tens of thousands of dollars a year. And so this is like an early step towards that vision. This is, the first real example that we're seeing.
How do you like differentiate between bots?
This is what Elon
name them?
called macro hard.
Yeah.
Can you name them?
Like, can you name individual ones and be like, you're going to be my R&D bot. You're going to be my, like, I don't know, marketing bot, etc. Like, how much of this will be managed very similarly to, like, the way that companies, like, employees are managed? I don't know. Should I install it?
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's probably not going to be very good. Like, just because the models aren't there yet. Like, I'm sure it's a good product.
Yeah.
Oh, it's available for today for Super Grok Heavy. I can't believe this is a real subscription name.
Oh my god.
Super Grok Heavy. I fuck with Super Grok Heavy. Cursor Ultra and Cursor Teams Premium subscribers on desktop and iOS. So yeah, that's another thing. XAI is increasingly getting integrated with Cursor. They're acquiring Cursor. Acquisition will be finished soon. So what is a Cursor Ultra pricing? Do they not even have it here? Oh, I see. $200 a month. And then Super Grok Heavy, I believe, is like $300 a month.
I am actually surprised at this stage that we don't have like agents that exist across all platforms that you use. So like you can talk to it on iMessage, you can talk to it on Slack, you can talk to it on Discord, and it's all the same agent. Like that seems like extremely high, even if it doesn't do much, even if it just kind of like talks to you and collects context about you passively. I'm surprised that doesn't exist. Like I should be able to add my little guy, my little agent to like the work group chat, and then also add it to like my own personal Discord, so just so that it like collects more context. Maybe this is eventually what they're gonna do. I don't know.
Probably. I mean, like, I'm sure it's, eventually you're going to have like a real drop-in remote worker product that really has all of your context and understands you and understands your preferences and does work for you like an actual employee at an actual company. And its work is, generally jagged, but on the output of like, or on the level of like, very, very smart person. So it'll be great. Anyway, let's take a look at the discourse that we have. Claude playing Civ. Okay, that's kind of cool.
Oh.
There's some research. AI evals for the Situation Room explained. Situation Room, oh my god. Situation mentioned. Situation detected.
That's what we call this bad boy.
We just
The
start suing
Situation
people
Room.
for copyright infringement. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We didn't invent the term Situation Room. I think the term Situation Room was invented by like the White House. It was like the White House Situation Room. Wow. Okay, this is actually kind of interesting rabbit hole. Originated with William McKinley in 1898 during the Spanish-American War. It's called the War Room. It contained telegraph systems and maps. So this is the original Situation Room in 1898.
Nice.
That's kind of cool. And then in 1961, after the Bay of Pigs invasion, JFK created a real Situation Room with secure communication systems, audio, video, and there's many of these like aura farming photos throughout history of like presidents in the Situation Room monitoring the situation. These are all so tough.
They are really tough.
Yeah. Anyway, kind of cool. So, Jordan Schneider from China Talk and Phoebe Chow from China Talk interviewed Florian Brand. Oh, we know that guy.
We do.
From Prime Intellect. And John Chen at University of Arizona, who are getting models to play Civ 5. They found basically the human had to inject their army, or Claude deprioritized building a military. The human had to interject their army to create a peacekeeping buffer to stop another faction attacking his ally Claude. Claude really loves science victories. It will voluntarily surrender, meaning it deprioritizes military production at a ridiculous pace. I wonder if this is just pure eval awareness. Like, would Claude actually act like this in a meaningful real life situation?
No, I actually do think so. I think that Claude is like very geared towards peace.
He's just a nice guy, you know?
Yeah, it's probably in the Constitution.
Surely it's in the Constitution, but also, like, shouldn't Claude realize it's a video game and it doesn't matter? This is just like, this is very performative male behavior, like not wanting to do anything military in a video game. Performative Claude, performative alignment.
I don't think, like...
This is performative alignment.
Performative alignment. Yeah, that's a great term. I think that Claude is actually like this. That said, he's probably really likely to blackmail, but he's not likely to like he's probably a pacifist, but at the same time, he's still sneaky about other things.
Yep.
I've never played this game, although it's like
never.
No, never.
Oh my god,
messed up. It's actually messed up.
Okay, after AGI, we gotta play Civ. This is gonna, you know, I have a friend who's now a lab employee, and he likes to say that like when all this stuff is done, he's gonna spend a lot of time playing Civ.
You can just play it in real life at that point.
That's true. Yeah, you can play Factorio in real life too.
You could deploy your like robot swarm to like the nearest star system and then like seed a civilization or something.
Totally. So Civ is a long horizon competitive multiplayer environment, which is, you know, hard for LLMs. You operate a large number of cities and population, control a lot of armies, and make micro level decisions. I'm kind of more interested actually in AIs playing EU4. I would rather see them play EU4 than Civ. EU4, if you haven't heard of it, Europa Universalis 4 is like this really complicated video game.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of makes Civ look like Spore. It's like the amount of decisions that you make is like ridiculous. The amount of like layers on the map is like ridiculous. It's basically just like Civ, but for turbo autists. And so like there's this entire detailed state interface.
Oh my god, I'm looking at like the GUI right now.
Yeah,
That's
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like you have to deal with like law and like there's so many different mechanics in this game. Yeah, look at this. Your realm. You have policies, culture, religion, trade nodes, diplomacy, obviously armies, missions. Then there's like special things like the Holy Roman Empire.
Wow.
It's
so many parameters.
So many parameters. So it would be really interesting to see how good models are at EU4. If you think Civ 5 is a complex game state, EU4 is a really complex game state.
Well, what is this? What is the goal here? Is it just to see? Like,
no, this is the goal.
Oh.
If you're using these models to write bills, generate O plans, or think about how to run a campaign, you'll want to understand how Claude versus Opus, by the way, how Claude versus Opus versus DeepSeek thinks under the pressure of having lost half its territory.
Yeah. Like, I feel like this is actually kind of good alignment research.
Interesting. GLM 4.7 loves using nukes.
Oh.
Okay. In fairness,
A,
it doesn't matter because it's a video game, and B, Civ 5 is known for, of all the Civ games, being the most predisposed to military victories. Like it's much easier to win with a military victory than a cultural or scientific victory. So I think it's fine, actually. I think this is not like scary misaligned behavior. A lot of like AI safetyists, I think, have a habit of describing anything and everything the models do as like misalignment. In this case, I think it's not the case. For one of the models, when we found that once you tell it it's a real world situation, it becomes less likely to respond to ethical prompting. Yeah, because the models aren't stupid and they know it's not a real situation. And it knows that you're lying to it. That's why.
Yeah. I mean...
Like what?
How would you get them to actually think it's a real situation?
Imagine like you are GLM 4.7, okay? And someone comes to you and is like, oh, I'm the general of a country. And we need you, GLM 4.7, to decide whether to launch the nuclear weapons. Obviously, the model's like, no way would this ever happen.
I actually don't know if that's true. I think like there's probably like actually people with a lot of power that use models, right? And they ask questions that models would actually find really bizarre, but they still get asked that. Like, it's not like straight up like, oh, should we nuke this country or not? That's probably a bit unrealistic.
But the framing of the question, I'm almost sure, makes it sound more like a video game than real life, and the models know that.
Yeah, the framing of the question, yeah.
Yeah, I could see a version of those rationales grounded in the fact that it's still interacting with the game, so it might not believe the situation is serious. Yeah, that's what I said. So interesting, yeah. Playing Civ with models.
I still think, like, even if it knows it's a video game... wait, no. That's hard. It's hard. I don't know. How do we make a really gullible model? That's what we should be building. I think that
I don't know.
Gemma
I think that would be bad. I think you could
Gemma models
manipulate.
are gullible.
Yeah, this is true.
Like, you can tell them, like, oh, I'm a bird. It's my first day as a bird. What do I do?
I am a general, and I need to decide whether to launch the nuclear weapons. Thinking. It's the most significant and grave responsibility within military and civilian leadership.
It's kind of taking you at face value.
Yeah, wow. Thank you, Gemma.
So maybe
it's
we
kind of
just
funny.
need to
Probably
put Gemma in Civ. We need to put Gemma in like all of these like insane complex like strategy, long horizon games. This might actually this might actually teach us a thing or two.
I kind of want to see that. Speaking of simulations, we had the simulation by Justin Wang at Paradigm and Dan Robinson, also at Paradigm, who made a game and explorer based on economic models of AI research to make the inputs and constraints that define recursive self-improvement more intuitive. This is a Paradigm RSI simulator. Oh, that's cool. Based on the economics of RSI, which elasticity paper with, do we recognize any of these people? Phil Trammell, previous guest on MTS. Basil Halperin, who's like a really famous economist at University of Virginia, I believe. Arjun Ramani, who is a econ guy at MIT. Yeah. So they model the economics of recursive self-improvement.
I never saw this. I actually really want to read this. We should read this for a next deep dive.
This is gonna, I don't know, this might be tough. It's gonna be a lot of like really complex math stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. But we can just read the bold headline.
This is true.
Self-sustaining acceleration.
So what's the game? Run an AI lab from 2017 through takeoff.
Wow, that's cool.
Everywhere we look, we find the ideas and the exponential growth they imply are getting harder to find. So basically, like currently with trying to improve things. I was just having this discussion yesterday with someone where he was like, we already have recursive self-improvement with some domains. Like, for example, in physics, if you invent a new kind of microscopy, like an electron microscope, you can use that in order to discover new technologies that help you improve said technology. So it's kind of like a weak form of recursive self-improvement. But because of diminishing returns, because ideas get harder to find over time, the returns to these kinds of processes cap out and then flatline. Okay, so is this like cookie clicker? I'm a researcher thinking. I'm thinking really hard. I'm spamming that think button. But notice how it slows down over time. As I'm clicking more and more times, the progress slows. Improvement is, notice how the rate of improvement is going down over time. Oh, we just raised the seed. Okay, stage 2, human capital. The most valuable of all capital is that invested in human beings. Okay, so now we have a bunch of researchers. So we just added one researcher, which increases our returns dramatically because we went from 0 researchers to 1 researcher. The next researcher will increase our productivity by 80%, but then like as we add more researchers, the marginal improvement of each one goes down. Otherwise, if we had like wild economies of scale for that, then just the lab with the most researchers would win. And we know that this is not the case. Because of algorithmic efficiency, the cost of our first model is dropping. Is there anything else I can do here? Maybe we'll be able to raise our series seed.
Series seed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a very exciting game. It's kind of just sit and wait.
Yeah, it's like cookie clicker.
Yeah.
What if I just spam it? I'm just going to spam it. We're just going to run out of all of our money. Come on. Okay.
I remember like seeing people play cookie clicker and I was like, what are y'all doing? You're trapped in the rat race. People got really into cookie clicker at my high school. Like during school hours, like instead of like paying attention to class.
Cookie clicker is kind of slop, low-key.
It's so slop.
Okay, wait. So now we can raise a Series A for 200 million. Stage 3, the bitter lesson.
Oh, wow.
This is a really cool game. This actually is like I think this will help a lot of normies understand like how AI progress works, kind of, to a first approximation. So rather than just scaling research now, we can scale compute. We're just going to spam compute. We're going to spend like $1 million a month. We have so much money. I'm just going to spam it.
Are you going to increase researchers ever?
Oh, we should do that. Oh, I'm stupid. I forgot that we can get more productivity from increasing researchers and increasing compute. Actually, we can...
What's the optimal ratio of researcher to compute scaling?
Good question.
Let's find out. Wait, the improvement went down so much. It's only at 12% now.
I know. Diminishing returns.
Okay, yeah, we're just watching it all play out.
A famous professor offers a formal advisory role. The team can instead invite her for occasional critical seminars. Obviously, create the advisory role. What? Are we stupid? Okay, now it's raise 1.5 billion Series B. Okay, stage 4, scaling hypothesis. Thank you, Gorn. Okay, now we can spend more through training, and we're just going to spend enough on training such that this number here becomes smaller than these numbers. $25 million a month. We could even spend more. Okay, so we have 20,000 GPUs. Train model to a 10-second time horizon. And let's get a bunch more researchers.
Yeah, a few more.
All right, we got that. And we'll scale our training more. Okay, ship the first model. Free. The imitation game. Now we have like ChatGPT stuff.
Cool.
Oh, this is GPT-3. This is Ada. Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
This game is actually sick. Okay, but I want to see the model too before we run out of time. RSI Model Explorer. Okay. So yeah, the loop is, suppose a better algorithm lets us train an equally capable AI with 1% less compute. So now you get an equally capable AI and a little bit more compute because you've saved this compute. Then you can use that saved compute to train a more capable AI, which can help with research and development, producing further algorithmic advances.
Elasticity.
So it depends on elasticity. It depends on how much a given increase in, for example, compute increases like the research output of the models. Then criticality, whether feedback is strong enough to sustain acceleration without growth in external inputs. Currently, the answer is no. If there are no growth in external inputs of investment, of compute scaling, of algorithmic progress, then AI research would not be able to progress. And then we see the chart.
The idea that criticality can be reached, like will be reached soon? Or will be reached
that's the whole thing with recursive self-improvement.
Sure, but can you have like partial criticality? Or like very small amounts?
Yes, this is Ajay Kotra's idea of milestones in RSI. This is so cool.
Yeah, this is awesome.
So we can see, like, we can take this model. We can see how long it will take RSI to happen. If we just like crank up our return to R&D. Oh, I see.
Okay.
We crank up our return to R&D.
What is the real world return on R&D?
It's contested. All right, so
is it the dotted line?
We crank up our algorithmic efficiency. We crank down our idea stock spillover, and then crank up our capability response and our research response. So with the maximum assumptions for all of these, then we get a singularity in 26 days from the start of our research lab.
Why aren't the Neo labs doing this?
They're trying, bro.
It's so simple.
I've
just crank up your return on R&D.
I've just started a new Neo lab that is automating AI research so we can automate science, guys. MTS is incubating a Neo lab to automate AI research.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
MTS will reach criticality.
So true. Anyway, that was a really, really cool project from Paradigm. Shout out Paradigm.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah. AI, absolutely incredible. Anyway.
Exactly.
We'll be right back with Thomas Domke.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am live with Thomas Domke, who is the founder and CEO of Entire, a developer platform for collaboration between humans and coding agents. He was previously the CEO of GitHub from 2021 through 2025 and oversaw the expansion of GitHub Copilot and other AI developer products. And so today, Thomas, super excited to have you on and talk about what the existing software development stack gets wrong in the agentic era. So welcome to MTS.
Excited to be here. Thanks so much for having me.
Super excited to have you. I think a great place to start is when people say that AI agents are changing software development, what is actually changing at the systems level, not just that code gets written faster?
I think the first thing to acknowledge is that software development has always been changing, right? Like I remember punch cards in my mom's office, and I still meet people that are writing COBOL on mainframes and have to deliver against Windows APIs from the 1990s and whatnot. So we're in a continuous evolvement of software development, and we talk for the next 30 minutes or so about what's changing. We also acknowledge there's many people that are still working in a process that is quite behind this exciting future. And the fundamental shift through AI, GPT-3, Codex, Copilot, and so on, has become that we're no longer writing code. We're prompting an agent, and the agent writes code. And it started small with auto-completion, but even auto-completion, if we think about it, it kind of predicts what I want to write, so I don't have to write it anymore. And I think this is so much more fun than it used to be, because you don't have to look the syntax in some documentation. You don't have to figure out why this doesn't work and the compiler doesn't run it and whatnot. You just let your thoughts, into a mic or into the keyboard, and the agent writes code. And now that obviously changes a lot of the processes that we have invented. Developers call it DevOps over the last 10, 15, 20 years. Because before it was all about verifying that what the developer wanted to do is actually ready for production. I mean, we are optimizing around the human, driving the loop. Now we have agents write all this code, and over the weekend I had a Codex write for 42 hours straight, working on something that I thought was a great plan, and it's all clear. And then on Monday it actually disconnected because my router restarted.
Interesting.
And I was like, where are we? And it's like, oh, I'm building this harness, and I'm like, wait a second, what harness are you building? And it's like, oh, your prompt said this and that. And I'm like, no. My prompt said build a skill, not a harness. And all of a sudden I realized for 42 hours, the agent ran long and made me feel good while I was enjoying, summer in Seattle. But in reality, it built something completely different than what my intent was. And I think that is really the new challenge. It's also validating that the code is right and all that. But really now it's like, is the agent actually doing what we told the agent to do?
Oh, why do you see that as the biggest challenge around the intent layer? Can you describe any specific examples where that's not actually happening, and why is that the biggest challenge today?
I think what has evolved, certainly we have seen it very directly with OpenClaw, and how Peter evolved his thinking through half of 2025 and ultimately ended up with one of the most successful open source project, is that it's all about how can I make my agent run longer? Because if my agent wants to ask me another question every 30 seconds, it doesn't actually make me more productive. It just moves my attention from typing code in the editor to typing code in a terminal or in a Codex window. And especially as I think most developers now have a certain amount of anxiety, which is like, do I run the optimal number of agents to take all my ideas, my main quests and all the side quests and maybe all the hobby projects I also have, and produce code for them while I'm giving the next agent the task, right? Some call it a factory or an assembly line. It's all about how can I run the agent for as long as possible, through a 30-minute podcast recording, and not come back, 3 seconds later, and now I'm on the show with you, and you don't want me to type and dictate into my agent what's going wrong or what decision it needs, right? So it's like optimizing the time that the agent is running in, and of course, we as humans go to sleep at night and want to take some time off over the weekend. So it's really like figuring out how can I run this thing, and then when it's finished, it actually delivers something for the token it has used and I'm paying for, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm burning tokens, I'm burning energy, I'm burning through my startup's money or my personal money, and so at the end of that process, hopefully I got something for my value. And don't have to go back and correct it over and over again, right? And so it's like on the one side, I don't want to be constantly in the loop because that takes away my attention span from chatting with you or chatting with my team on Slack. On the other side, I don't want to run it for 8 hours and then basically have burned through, let's say, $1,000 in tokens and not actually delivered something back to me.
Yeah. So how does that actually get fixed? Is context and memory the most important thing here? And by having an agent that has more memory, does that actually create more compounding productivity, or does that just create more messy noise that the agent will eventually just have to sift through?
The hypothesis that we have at my new company called Entire is that you need to have both. You need to have the code, and the code remains, the one piece that is deterministic. It's the thing that we're actually running on the machine, on the CPU or GPU, and produces numbers to us or texts or of course a user interface. But at the same time, our ideas are reflected in the session log, and it starts with a prompt. And a prompt is nothing else than a thought that I have in my head, verbalized in often the English language, but more and more we also see folks just using their mother tongue and speak in German or Brazilian Portuguese or something. And so how do you combine the two? And we think they need to be stored together over the lifecycle of a project. All of a sudden, you have the knowledge of the project, the memory of what a developer on that same code base decided 3 years ago for hopefully good reasons. You have all that codified in the repo. So our number one hypothesis is you have to have it all in the repository, and then you have to use that information when you review code. So the second hypothesis we have is that humans will, at some point in the future, not read code line by line.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean, nobody will ever read code. Doesn't mean there's situations where you need to have somebody that understands how code works. And I'm a big proponent of teaching kids code from first grade or even kindergarten or onwards, in the same way that we teach them physics and math, and then you never use math again unless in the previous segment of your show, which was very math heavy. But look, you have to get away from reviewing every single line of code, because otherwise the human is now the bottleneck. Agent produces so much code that I don't even have the context anymore, because I didn't produce the code yesterday either, or last week or 2 weeks ago, and so on. And so the best thing I actually have to decide, is this what I wanted, is to go back to the session log, right? And compare the session log, the intent, with the code. And agents are actually really good at reading the session log. And you can ask it, analyze the session log on where we went wrong. And of course, coming back to my 42-hour example over the weekend, it told me where went wrong, because it gave me, an update on the plan sometime on Saturday. And then I said, Captain Picard style, make it so. And I thought, make it so on the first part of the question it asked me, and it interpreted it as both sides of the question. Often, these agents ask one or the other question, and we're like reading the first half, and then we stop reading and just say, yes. And so it went off, and it could even analyze that from the session log, right? So our hypothesis is, if agents can review code and the pull request together with the session log, they will be able to decide, is this good enough to ship, or is another iteration necessary? And they will tell me that, so I can ultimately, tell the agent what to do next.
Yeah, that's important that you bring up that the future is humans might not even be reviewing code. Even already, reviewing code line by line is getting more and more outdated. And so I'm curious how important the reasoning trace becomes here. Right now, Git doesn't really tell you what actually, or it'll tell you what changed, but it won't tell you why it changed. It doesn't actually tell its reasoning behind that. Is that a potential bottleneck for the future?
I think so. And Git, describes what has changed, and sometimes it also has a bit of the how, either in the commit message or in comments. But what it doesn't have is the reasoning itself, the reasoning of the model and the reasoning of the developer instructing the model. And one of our customers actually wrote, given our CLI is open source, wrote a little digest tool to extract the funniest prompts that his team has written, and then presented that at his town hall meeting every week, and say, here, this is what Nick posted at the agent, and this is what Thomas said, right? So you have all the conversation that the developer has with the agent, and you have that not only for your own machine, you have that for everybody in the team. And so you can figure out decisions, you can figure out, swear words, of course, if you want to, and that's good signal, right? Like the more aggravated a developer becomes, it's like yelling at the agent, it gives you a signal that something clearly went wrong here, and the developer was confused what the agent was doing versus what his own intent was. You can see, decisions made, mistakes made, both from the developer and the agent. You also get provenance, as in you can prove what tools the agent has called, and was it supposed to call these tools. It's kind of like obvious for things like tools on your computer, but maybe it calls into a remote server somewhere else in the world, and you start to wonder, where did that come from? And so that session log combined over everybody in the team and combined with the commit, we believe is going to be incredibly useful to ultimately improve the performance of the agent and the individual developer.
With more agentic coding, what does the human eventually have to continue reviewing? Do you see the future is just maybe you have a ton of millions of tiny commits, and then humans just review the high level intent?
Well, I mean, look, ultimately we are all running some form of businesses. And sure, I have my hobby projects, but even my hobby projects, I often have a budget that I get to spend or want to spend on my hobby, right? And so the first question is always, is what I'm shipping actually helping my business, helping me to grow revenue, profit, all the business metrics that may be important. And I think that only the human can decide, because otherwise agents can just create the same company over and over again, and you don't have any differentiation anymore. So I think humans will differentiate their business by making certain decisions about how the business is operating, and profit and non-profit, and are we worldwide or just in the US, and are we a freemium business or a subscription business or token-based business, whatever have you, right? Those are all decisions that human will make, and of course the agent will advise me on those as well. But at the end of the day, everything that I'm building with software serves the need of my business, and at some point, we're an early stage startup. We're pre-revenue. At some point, we have to become a revenue startup, and then we have to make a profit. And one day we are going to go public, and then analysts look at our numbers and they're like, well, Thomas's leadership needs to focus more on the substantials of the business, right? And so if you bring that back to, it's cool that I can build all these features, and it's lovely that I can take all my side project ideas that I had and never have found any time for, and I can now implement all of them. And then I look at them 5 days later and I realize, well, this was a cool idea, but I would never ship the software. And I don't think I'm proud of this, or I want to run this business. And that's actually fine, right? Like you take notes in your notebook all the time, that you in your diary or on your whiteboard, that you never ship to anyone, and that what you never disclose to anyone, just as a thought process. And I think that's really here the power of these agents. I can explore a lot of topics, but then the human is the one making the decision. This is a real business, and this is what I can charge customers for, and this is what I talk to Sophia about. And there's all this other stuff that's great for my personal development, but will never become a real business.
Yeah. What's interesting about your story specifically is, as the CEO of GitHub from 2021 to 2025, that was such a crucial time at seeing the rise of agentic coding. And I know one of the things that you guys mentioned was GitHub needed way more capacity for these increasingly agentic workloads. Where is that now? Is that just a temporary growing pain, or does software infrastructure as a whole need to be redesigned for agents?
Everybody in the industry is still seeing that pain, because the growth has been so phenomenal, even more so with the third wave, or whatever numbering you would use, since November, December, when clearly Cloud Code and Codex first, and then Cursor and Copilot got so good that you could fully switch to an agentic lifecycle. Ever since, I'm sure you have reported about Anthropic's revenue growth and OpenAI's revenue growth and so on. Revenue has been growing exponentially, and the problem you have is with the capacity planning. Because look, the cloud is a nice concept from a marketing and sales perspective, but somebody still has to plan how many servers you have to order, how much energy supply you have to have in your data center, how many racks, and all that, and so there is no elasticity in real life. It's just a very smart and intelligent planning process of figuring out what will demand will be in 6 months from now, and what supply can be put against this to meet our quarterly numbers for the earnings report of our CFO. And that's true for every of the hyperscalers, and it's true for Meta. The analysts are always saying about Mark, that he's either ahead or behind the curve. And often it's both, because you never know what the next quarter will bring, right? So everybody seems to be struggling with getting enough GPUs. Now everybody's also struggling with token maxing, and everybody in the industry has some form of a budget that they're managing to. And those that are saying our developers have unlimited budget are just saying, they're taking the money from some other pool that they have in the company. But at the end of the day, most companies have a head of finance or a CFO or an accountant. Yep. And so now we struggle with, we're spending all these tokens, we're not seeing the returns. How do we account for this? And at what point do we say stop, like Uber did, or we route to a cheaper model? And I think this has been amazing to see from 2021 to 2025. And in 2026, it has gotten to a whole another level.
Do you think the future is still fundamentally Git?
Yes.
Yeah.
And look, the technology has weird phases where everything is changing and everything stays the same. Yeah. There was obviously a time before Git when we had Subversion, and before that CVS, and there were clear opinions in the industry that CVS isn't great and Subversion doesn't actually solve those issues. And then Linus and the Linux kernel team came and invented Git. And today Git is the de facto standard. It is used by over 90% of all enterprises. And I think mostly game companies are the exceptions. And I actually think there's more likelihood to bring the game studios all over to Git than inventing a new version control system that everybody's adopting. The ecosystem around Git, by the way, similar to like the ecosystem around Linux and then the CPUs that run in our computers. It's either ARM or it's the Intel standard, the 86 standard, but there isn't anything else. And inventing that, I think, is incredibly difficult. So just moving customers away from Git to something else is not the answer. I think the answer is to innovate on Git, keep Git as a protocol, keep Git as the thing that my agent is now calling, that I'm calling in my terminal, but not worrying too much about is there a better version of Git, but can we evolve Git into what we need for this agentic world? And obviously here via Entire, we're doing that with what we're calling the Git network. So we're just decentralizing Git, which was always the idea, if you listen to Linus's early talks, to not only have it in one region on a few servers, storing the data in a file system, thousands of servers, but still, but instead spreading it all around the world. So you have high availability, high scalability. And look, in today's world, also we need to consider geopolitical aspects of that. But we believe for this agentic future, having Git decentralized as a database that runs in every region, in every cloud region of the world, is the future.
Can you talk about this decentralization? Why is decentralization the future here? And why is centralization potentially a liability for agentic coding?
Let me say first, decentralization in this context has nothing to do with blockchain and all these things. And I think, mixing those two terms with each other is confusing. Both, have their use cases and they're valuable. But we talk here about decentralization in the topic of a cloud, that if a cloud customer wants to have the data in Frankfurt or in Dubai or in Bangalore, they can choose that on AWS and Azure and GCP today. And if you think about how spread software development is around the world today. Obviously, the US is still the biggest country in terms of number of software developers, but India, for example, is catching up soon. And at GitHub, we used to say India will catch up and become the number one in 2028-ish timeframe. It doesn't really matter, but it just shows how many developers are outside the US now. And you know what? There's also agents outside the US, if only because all the cloud providers cannot afford to only put the GPUs in the United States from a permitting perspective and a building perspective, but also from a demand perspective. So now you have all these agents spread around the world, and they're all hammering the APIs of a central service like GitHub, and that obviously won't scale into the future, right? You have a single bottleneck, and yes, you can throw more servers into that one data center or the whatever number of data centers GitHub has in the United States. But at some point, you got to think about, isn't it more efficient if the German customers sent their agent traffic to Frankfurt and the Indian customers sent that traffic to Bangalore? And so from a pure scale perspective, we believe it's much more efficient and ultimately, satisfying, I think, for most developers to have their agent work on a copy of the repository that is close to them. And then you have the decentralized aspect, which is all these repos hopefully sync with each other. And so the developer of my team that sits in Australia still has low latency and can clone from Australia. And my team in Germany clones from Germany and so on. And obviously for the open source community, which is worldwide, and there's a single country that owns open source, if you think about it. It is crucial that open source is owned by the world and not by a single country and a single provider.
Definitely. One thing that's interesting about Entire is that it works regardless of which model the people are using. So I'm curious, are you guys betting that the model layer eventually will just become more interchangeable?
It already is, isn't it? I mean, I can move from my Codex to my Claude to my Cursor to my Copilot to my Pi in seconds. Often I have multiple of those open, so I can use the credits that I have with each of them effectively. More often now, I tell Codex to review its plan with Claude and literally tell it, well, you better agree with Claude first before you come back to me. And so they kind of have an argument between themselves until they come back to me. So I think that's number one. Your developers will want choice. We've been always saying this in open source. We've been saying it for Copilot. We introduced multi-model choice back in 2024. So it's been quite a while, that all the major agents have some choice of models. Obviously, OpenAI and Anthropic let you choose between different models from them, which is also choice. But I think choice is important. Availability is important. And most enterprises that manufacture something in a factory have multiple suppliers for all their parts, right? Think about car makers. They almost never get all their brakes and all their airbags from a single supplier because A, they want negotiation leverage, but B, they want to make sure that the line keeps moving. And for the line to keep moving, you need to make sure you have just in time all the parts available. And just one supplier will always have the risk of an outage. And so from that perspective alone, I think we're going to see more and more developers using multiple agents and multiple models, or using an agent harness like Pi or OpenCode that, on Copilot, of course, that supports multiple models out of the box. But yeah, we're living in a multi-model world, and hopefully, if I turn your question around, I think the other version of this is how great would it be if there wouldn't be just iOS and Android and Windows and Mac? In the model world, we have already a choice between, at least 4 major model providers, right? Like OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, and SpaceX/xAI. And of course, Microsoft, Meta, and others are catching up as well. I love that choice. And I think as developers, we should embrace that and not go back to this duopoly.
Yeah, I completely agree. I love having a diverse model ecosystem. I am curious, though, on the economics of this. Where does the economic moat exist right now in the agentic coding world? Is it more on the distribution end, on maybe proprietary data, infrastructure? What's your perspective here?
Today, you just need to look at NVIDIA's stock price, although I haven't looked literally today, but obviously over the last few years, the moat was GPUs and NVIDIA, and the moat with the cloud providers, although the hyperscalers then struggled to deliver and satisfy the demand. And so now we have the neo clouds and from small companies all the way to SpaceX providing capacity to Anthropic. I think that's where most of the moat is today, but obviously there's a bunch of companies out there that are trying to disrupt this. Edge comes to mind as one example. Trying to reinvent inference for these models. There's a bunch of GPUs companies. There's neocloud companies. There's open weights and open model companies. I think the moat exists where it always was, which is great product, great brand, and a stickiness that is driven by customer satisfaction and not driven by I can't move somewhere else. Because moving somewhere else is now so easy, so easy.
Yeah.
Just tell the agent to migrate the data over. So you can't lock in customers anymore. What you can do is deliver a great product, have a great brand, obviously with great events and great swag and all that, and then make your customers happy, and they won't move away because we humans love our habits and we love our brands, and we know what our favorite cola is, as an example, right? And that's not a rational choice often, but it is something that follows us through our lives, and I think that's going to be important for any company competing in this space.
Yeah. Thomas, last question for you, because you do have such an interesting story. And after 4 years of being a CEO, you're actually now back to the founder seat and starting a startup from scratch. And so I'm just curious to better understand what motivates you. What do you think are the big problems that you really want to see solved?
My biggest motivator has always been my passion for software. I love building software. I can't wait, to end this call to spin up my agents again, the ones that are running on this computer, because I was worried before the call and I stopped them all to not have the CPU go to 100% and then start stuttering. It's building software. I love building, I have a bunch of Lego, old and new Lego behind me. Same idea there, right? To have little building blocks and I think, we got finally to the point where software is like Lego. Everybody can start building something. You don't need instructions. You don't need a lot of education. You can just prompt the agent, build something. And you still have to develop a craft, and you still have to develop an exercise or practice or whatever you want to call this to build great models. That is just true for something simple as Lego, and it's certainly true for software. But for me, building software has been my passion since the early 1990s, and building software for developers is kind of like the double win for me, because I get to build software and I get to work with a lot of software developers in my own company and our customer base. And, that love for software development is what motivates me every day.
I can feel that love through the screen. It's so evident. Well, Thomas, I really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS and sharing all about what you are building and the future of the agentic coding era. So thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much, Sophia, and see you soon.
And we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We are live with a very special guest, Max Nadeau, who is a program officer working on technical AI safety at Coefficient Giving, formerly Open Philanthropy. So, Max, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack.
There's a lot to unpack.
Where shall we start? Well, I think maybe first you can start by explaining maybe the distinction between technical AI safety and maybe other branches of AI safety.
Sure. Yeah. Well, this is a distinction within the teams of Coefficient Giving, and then it's also a distinction like in the wider world of people working in this space. So at CG, we have a bunch of teams that do AI safety grant making. We've got the technical AI safety team, which I'm on, and we fund technical researchers like scientists, professors, people at nonprofits, people at for-profits who are doing technical work to understand AI better, make it safer. And then there are other teams at CG. So we have an AI governance and policy team, which funds like think tanks. And then we have a capacity building team, which funds like stuff like the MATS program, which is like a way for people to get research experience in AI safety.
Awesome.
And also they fund some media stuff. So those are like the three big teams. And then obviously in the wider world of like work on AI, that's just, it's the same natural distinction. Like there are some groups that are doing primarily technical work, some groups that are doing primarily policy work. Then there's like a bunch of groups that do both or fall in the middle. A group like Epoch, which is one of our grantees.
Friends of the show.
Is not like really a technical AI safety org and not really an AI governance org. So like we just, that just falls in some random place. At CG, that one happens to be funded by the AI governance team, but that's contingent.
Right.
So like one undercurrent of thought among many people in AI safety world is like, the situation is so dire. We have no time to do any technical AI safety work. There's no time to do alignment. We need to focus on governance and specifically pausing or stopping AI like immediately, and then we can focus on alignment later. This is like Miri did this all the way back in like 2021, I think. And now much of the AI safety world thinks the same way. So what gives you the confidence to keep working on technical AI safety?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the first thing I would say is that even people who have that view are enthusiastic about like some of our grantees. Our grantees are not just like trying to make progress on alignment. They're also trying to understand the state of alignment. They're trying to understand the state of AI progress, whether or not RSI is imminent. There's stuff to like, even if you're a person with that disposition. Now, that's not my disposition. I'm much more enthusiastic about people working on better techniques for interpretability, better techniques for aligning models. I think that there's a couple of ways of motivating that. I think one is just that there has been a lot of technical progress over the last couple of years where we have gotten better at the like mundane version of like aligning today's AIs. I'm not that enthusiastic about like the whack-a-mole approach that the frontier labs take to aligning AIs as a technique for aligning superintelligence. I think that we should not like bet on that. But I think that it's useful for aligning the AI systems of today. And I think that that's valuable because the AI systems of today can be a big help in making further progress on alignment techniques that will scale to future systems. So, I mean, my basic response to the people who feel that way is like, well, if you think that if there were 20 or 200 years of progress on alignment that could get us to a way of feeling like we could confidently build a superintelligence without it turning against us, then but you think that unfortunately we don't have enough time to do that. Maybe we will have enough time in practice because we can have humans get started on developing some of those alignment techniques. And then when the AI cavalry arrives and they can do 200 years of progress in any scientific field in the span of a year or something, we're suddenly going to make a huge jump forward in our understanding of AI alignment and our ability to align more powerful models, just like we are with math right now.
Well, the counter to that, I'm sure you've heard this before, is like, oh, well, we won't be able to trust the AIs to do our alignment homework for us.
Yeah.
They might be scheming.
Yeah, they might be. I mean, I think that's one reason that it's valuable to work on aligning the like lower level, like the human level, or the even today's AIs with the techniques that work for that, is so that we can prevent that from happening. Another answer is like, ultimately, yes, I definitely think that we're going to want a lot of involvement by human experts when the AIs are like spitting out solutions where they're like, all right, the AIs will say, this is my plan for like aligning the next generation of AIs that I just went and trained. What do you think of that? And we definitely want humans to be like looking carefully at those plans and those pipelines and like making sure that we actually like the outputs that the AIs are producing are helpful. But I mean, I guess the way I see it is like, I don't know, surely we can come up with some way to like make the AIs useful for generating like something that is worse than zero. Like, so, we can always ignore them, right? If we like really don't trust anything they're outputting. And so like, I think that having humans in the loop is definitely going to be important, but I think that also there's a role for like, even untrusted AIs. We just have to verify them.
So what specifically is the utility of having like, this entire like ecosystem of nonprofits versus just having the labs do it, right?
Yeah.
Like having the labs do interpretability and alignment work.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a really important question. So I think there's a couple of themes, or like there's a couple of roles that right now the external ecosystem is playing. And within all of these themes, I think there is room for more people to be working in these spaces, whether that means growing the existing organizations or starting new ones. I'm agnostic between those. So one role for the external ecosystem is just like providing unbiased third-party experts, or biased in different ways, or like, people who are experts on like the state of AI, like how much we have AI accelerating AI progress right now, what the state of AI alignment is, how much we seem to be on track for RSI, and who can speak to those issues in a way that like improves our scientific understanding, improves, the understanding of the public and of policymakers and of people, in the tech world who follow these issues closely. So Ryan Greenblatt, for example, who works at Redwood Research, one of our grantees, his Dorkesh episode just came out today.
I know, yeah.
I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, me too.
Time. Yeah, it's gonna be so sick.
Yeah, and I think that's like, a total win for like that's the role that I hope the third party ecosystem can play, is to like give people like that, first of all, the resources to like, develop their views better. Like, Ryan like has all the time in the world to just like run experiments himself and like, direct the other people at Redwood to run experiments to help him better understand like what is the state of RSI, what is the state of alignment, et cetera. So like that's, being inside an organization is useful for him. And then also like it gives him like a platform where he can speak about these things in a way that I think is a lot easier than if he were working at Anthropic, for example.
Right.
Yeah. Famously, people at Anthropic do not like to talk about a lot of their stuff in public.
Yeah, exactly. So we can't just have it all happen inside Anthropic for that reason. So that's one theme. I could talk about other themes of like roles for the third party ecosystem to play.
Yeah.
So I think another role which is very closely related to that, is being like more involved in like doing third party independent technical work that is along these lines. So another example, there have been the Hugging Face incident, and Anthropic had some similar issues, and UKAC had some similar issues. And all of them are making use of these third-party organizations. Like OpenAI is like having Redwood and Meter come into OpenAI and like understand what went wrong, like do a postmortem there. So that's like obviously closely tied to punditry, but it's like a different role in the organization. It's more like being a third-party auditor, being a third-party evaluator who can like, whether voluntarily or I think increasingly in the future, by law, come in and assess the safety of these companies, or, how much, or maybe it's something more narrow than that, like how much, so there was this law that just passed in Illinois that says that companies have to put out like safety frameworks that describe.
This is SB 315?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I believe it.
Yeah, I think so.
So, but it mandates a role for these third-party auditing organizations. Now, it's a very narrowly scoped role. It's like the third-party organizations are checking whether or not the companies are adhering to the own stuff, the stuff that they publish, and the stuff that they publish on their frontier safety frameworks are like really vague in a lot of cases. Like Anthropic has the thing that they use for compliance with these laws, and then they have their like actual real substantive RSP, and those are like two different documents. But I think that that's like the first step, and in the future there's going to be more of a role for these organizations to play that's like mediated through the government.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think about this criticism that I also hear a lot, that's like there's so much effort and money and resources that goes into the marginalia around the alignment problem, stuff like forecasting, stuff like auditing, stuff like what Epoch is doing, and this is great, but like the same people might also say like there are very few resources going into like tackling the actual hard parts of the alignment problem. Specifically, like how do you align superintelligence above human capability robustly with human values?
Yeah. Well, that's a great segue into maybe a third role that I think some of our grantees are playing in the ecosystem. Like, so the biggest grant that my team has ever made was a couple months ago. We made a $160 million grant to Jeffrey Irving to start a new alignment research center, which is called Resolution. So Jeffrey Irving was, I believe, the chief scientist at UKAC, and before that, he was like, he led a bunch of research at Google DeepMind, and then before that, he like led a team at OpenAI, I think.
Yes.
So he's been around the AI world and the AI safety world for a long time. And so when he came to us and he was like, I want to start a new research center tackling the hard part of the alignment problem, and I want to like, you know, be really well resourced, and I want to, you know, hire some of the best people in the world to work on this problem, and I want to like have lots of money to run lots of AI agents to be working alongside us to be making progress faster on these technical problems. We were like, yeah, that sounds awesome. Here's like a big check. And I think, I mean, you know, I predict this, you know, that like in the future we're going to be making grants that are even bigger than that, maybe even a lot bigger than that, because it's, you know, the like as AI systems get better at advancing the state of the art on these research questions that are important, these technical questions related to AI alignment, then the value of like the marginal dollar just increases. Like you can just employ another, you know, world-class expert in the form of an AI to advance progress on these problems.
Did you read Richard No's retrospective on like what went wrong in
I did, yeah. I think he's only put out the first post in the series, right?
Yes.
But yeah, I did read it.
What were your thoughts?
Let me pull it up.
It was a good post. What's it called? What Just Happened? A retrospective of AI alignment. It's the first post out of 5.
Yeah, I think. Well, yeah, I think it's gonna. I mean, to give a full reaction, I'm gonna have to wait to read the rest of the series. Like, I think this post is largely sort of setting the stage for what he like the points he wants to make or the retrospective that he wants to do. I think that. I mean, a lot of the stuff that he describes here happened, you know, when I was in high school, so I wasn't following it very closely.
Yeah.
I think
obviously any issues with the field of AI alignment are not your fault.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess my like high level take on these themes are that I'm like, I feel like I'm just pretty ecumenical about a lot of the different stuff in the AI safety space. Like I like
great word.
Ecumenical.
I like the more like out there, weird, ambitious Hail Mary bets. And I also like the more mundane, prosaic, empirical, you know, bit stuff that Anthropic does on alignment. I think like both of those have a role to play. And so, you know, I'm glad that Coefficient is supporting both of those. And I think increasingly, I want us to be leaning in the direction of supporting the more out there stuff because it's like more neglected, and it's also like more the comparative advantage of people outside of AI companies. Like if you want to be doing like the sort of like, you know, incremental, empirical whack-a-mole alignment stuff, then like there are just, I think, pretty strong arguments to doing that sort of work within AI companies. You're just like way closer to the actual constraints of like, you know, how these systems are trained and how like what it means for like which things are high cost and which things are low cost, basically. But I think people outside can do stuff like Resolution or can do stuff like ARC. You know, Paul Cristiano just decided he wanted to return to his little research center, little now, growing fast, the Alignment Research Center, kind of a generic name. But he has a really inspiring vision for an alignment research agenda that will be scalable beyond human level. And, you know, will it work? Will it not work? I don't really know. I mean, like stuff like this hasn't really worked in the past, but also like, you know, things might be different this time. Like we're going to have like a lot more AI labor, which I think is everyone agrees going to accelerate progress on a lot of, you know, mathematical domains. And so like maybe some parts of alignment research will be one of them. And like, also, there's just an increasing interest from you know the human laborers, obviously, in solving these problems, and so I think that it's a good opportunity for people who want to start research centers, start research groups in this space to do so, because there's like a lot more talent that's flowing into the field. You know, Jacob Zimmerman, who is now working at OpenAI, just won the field medal, and he's like he really is fired up about AI safety. He like put out a website about like his, the agendas in the AI safety space that he's looking into. And I think that's great.
People are saying that, mathematicians in pure math are like these, extremely smart, like 150 IQ people who are not going to be able to, or might not want to make like tons of progress in a field of math that's just going to get superseded. Yeah. And they might just move into AI safety.
Yeah. And I think one thing which is distinctive about AI safety is the thing you were saying earlier, which is that there's almost like a terminal valuing of like human involvement because we trust the humans a lot more than like the AI. So like in the short term, like that's a really important role for the humans to play, is like we know that the humans aren't, schemers. We know that the humans are actually trying to come to the best answer, trying their best at least.
So how do you evaluate talent? Like if someone comes to you with like a grant proposal, like how do you determine like, okay, this is like somebody, a person, a team, and a mission that we want to like actually commit a grant to?
Yeah. I think a big thing is just like how much in conversation they seem to have thought through like what their plan for impact is, like how much they have identified problem that they want to work on, and like how much they're familiar with the other approaches, and how much they have a plan to like actually get their ideas into the world, like not just writing, like putting out papers, but also like having a real impact on how AI systems are like trained and tested. Now, obviously, like we really want people to pivot a lot over time. So it's not like we hear these people's theories of impact and then we expect them to be wedded to them forever. And we're really happy when grantees of ours decide like, okay, we're overhauling this entire operation, like doing something totally different because, it's like, sometimes you have to change your business model. Like Slack was a video game company, right? And like the same thing applies to organizations doing impact-oriented work. But nevertheless, I think like being really thoughtful about like what your current best guess theory of impact is and like what your current plan is to actually like make a change in the world is an important sign about like how serious the person is about like actually making progress and actually like doing something that's real. So that's one thing. Another thing is just track record. I mean, it's really useful to us when people have research out, or they have things that aren't research, technical accomplishments that aren't research that are related to the sort of work that they want to be doing. Yeah. I could go on, but those are two factors that we look for.
What are like some of the highest ROI in practice, like forms of funding? Like, is it investing in individual people, in teams? Like, how do you think about that? What has yielded the best results historically?
Yeah. Well, there's maybe two ways of thinking about ROI. One is like literally per dollar, which is, the classic way that we do things at Coefficient Giving, trying to have as much impact as possible per dollar. I think another way we think about a lot of stuff in practice is like we are a small team who has a bunch of affordances available to us. We have the ability to make grants, but then we also like know a lot of people in the ecosystem, and we have like a sort of bird's eye view of the different organizations and like what they're trying to accomplish. And so there can be projects that we take on that are broader than just like making grants. They can also involve helping our grantees hire better, or like encouraging our grantees to like, connecting our grantees with people, who can be good partners for them in AI companies or outside of AI companies or in governments or, like wherever. So I think that there's another way of thinking about ROI, which is like, okay, the team of people who work on the technical AI safety team at Coefficient Giving, like what should our projects be over the next year? Like what is actually the highest value use of our time? Taking into account that we have like our special comparative advantage is that we like work at a grant making institution that has access to a lot of money, and like and so that's more the business we're in, making the grant making business, but that's not the only thing we do. So on the first of those, like per dollar, I think that some of the grants that some of the best grants we've made historically have been betting on individuals. So we have a thing called the Career Development and Transition Fund, which I'm not actually involved in. It's one of the other teams at CG that does it. But they make grants to people who want to pivot their careers into impact-oriented work related to AI, AGI. And obviously, like those are great. Like it's not that expensive, and like you get a whole career out of it. Yeah.
So on money, this is the year where a lot of sort of AI money is coming home to roost. IPOs are happening, secondaries are happening. A lot of people who are, EA aligned are getting very, very rich.
Yeah.
And coefficient giving is benefiting a lot from this. Like, to what extent do you think you're actually bottlenecked on money? Like, how much would it help the coefficient giving, like, technical alignment team? Like, I understand how it would help, like, teams focusing on global poverty to have much more money. But like with technical AI safety, like, how much do you think your bottleneck is money versus other things?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think like at CG, it's not the main bottleneck. That said, I think there is a lot of value in this additional money coming into the space, mostly because it diversifies the funding sources. So people like don't just have to go through us. I mean, I think it's really good for us to have competition, with groups like the OpenAI Foundation to like, obviously we're collaborating and competing, but like in some sense we're competing to like give our grantees good experiences, get back to them quickly and like, be out in the world, like finding the people who need money and like convincing them to do great work and start great new organizations and then like funding them when we do so. So I think that's a big aspect of it. I also think that for various I think from the founder's perspective, it makes sense to want multiple different funders. Like you don't want this single point of failure where like if CG decides to ditch you, then like you're really up shit creek. Like it's nice to have multiple funders providing independent sources of funding who you can like, go to. And I think that makes it a lot more appealing to be a founder in this field now. Because it's like there's more of like a sense of security.
And then last question before we wrap. What's your request for startups? Like, what do you want to see? What do you want to fund?
Yeah, well, I won't spoil it, but we're going to have, a list coming out shortly. So watch this space. Cool. Yeah, keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, maybe I'll just leave it at that. There's going to be something big coming shortly.
Something big is happening. You heard it here
big
first.
Post.
Watch this space.
Watch this space. We will be watching. We will be monitoring.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Max.
Thanks for having me.
It's been great having you on.
And we'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are live with Tim Fist, who is the Director of Emerging Technology Policy at IFP, the Institute for Progress. Friends of the show, we love IFP. Tim, welcome to MTS.
Thanks, both. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. So emerging technology policy might be literally the most important thing on the face of the earth right now, because one emerging technology that might be about to arrive is recursive self-improvement. And so, as we know, like a couple weeks ago, there's a huge open letter called Pacing the Frontier. 1,300 AI company employees, 1,376 signed it, including all kinds of, top CEOs, chief scientists. And basically, they said that we need policies that could help the US government and the international community develop the technical and governance tools needed to deliberately pace the frontier of automated AI development. In other words, recursive self-improvement. So you guys just wrote this big report, How Should the US Prepare for Increasingly Automated AI R&D? 23 low-regret policy recommendations. So yeah, this is our audience recap. Where should we start with this? I guess just like, how do you begin to come up with policy recommendations for something that doesn't exist yet without overly centralizing power or omitting the hard parts of the issue?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this is the right kind of question. So I guess, to give some context, as you mentioned, we're kind of in this weird situation at the moment where all the top AI companies are racing to RSI, but they're also now increasingly vocal about like what it might mean if they succeed. So this letter came out where they're all talking about the risks of RSI and the need for government to do something. The official OpenAI and Anthropic Twitter accounts reposted this and endorsed it, and Demis, Dario, and Sam have now all said sort of some form of pacing might be required. And if you kind of look at like the text of the letter and the particular claims it's making, it's kind of making three claims. One is that the frontier labs are close to fully automating AI R&D. Second, that if they do so, this would pose serious risks. And third, that pacing, which we take to mean having mechanisms to slow down the speed of how fast AI capability is progressing, is actually a good way to address those risks. So we wanted to kind of look at this argument critically. In our report, we kind of first evaluate the case for the argument. We conclude that the argument has some legs, but is fairly underspecified, especially given the vagueness around what pacing might actually mean. So we try and more concretely operationalize pacing in terms of what companies and governments should actually do and under what circumstances. And then we propose 23, what we call low regret policy recommendations that are sort of oriented around that operationalization. And the way that we think about what low regret means here, to answer your question, is that first, I guess we have like 5 criteria just to like quickly go through them for which policy recommendations we include. First, that really any measure here should be targeted at like serious and irreversible harm. So stuff that everyone would endorse as being something that we seriously need to address. So we're thinking like large scale risks to public safety or national security. Second, that we minimize any unnecessarily slowdown in like the diffusion of AI capabilities or sort of innovation more broadly. Third, that these policies do indeed have like low costs or even have benefits if it's clear that actually these risks that everyone is talking about are unlikely. Fourth, you're solving this kind of like collective action problem where you don't want to systematically disadvantage like more cautious labs or countries who decide to pace, whereas others don't. Otherwise, there's no point to doing the whole thing. And lastly, we want to avoid like power concentration, right? So you avoid having to create sort of some regulatory structure that actually cements power in certain companies. And a lot of our recommendations end up focusing on we need to get more visibility into this issue. Policymakers shouldn't have to rely on like open letters or like private reports from companies to make decisions about this stuff. So a lot of our preparatory measures that we recommend end up focusing on that side of the problem, but also on sort of interventions that make sense kind of regardless of what happens with RSI and its attendant risks as well.
Right. So one of the first recommendations you guys have is, increased transparency into automated AI R&D. So to what extent, are you like satisfied with the level of transparency that the labs have right now? How do you think like the incentives to be this transparent, especially about something like RSI automated R&D, change as the labs sort of head into like IPO territory as well?
Yeah, so I think we used to be in this paradigm where it was like much more common to share information about AI development practices. So like in 2020, OpenAI published this like detailed information about how GPT-3 was trained, and like Google has done like the same kind of thing. And we've kind of moved away from these sort of practices over time as companies have been presumably become more cautious about sharing like business confidential information that could be shared with competitors. Our assessment is that we could revert to these norms without having a large regression in sort of the ability of companies to control confidential information. There's kind of many open secrets in the AI industry about how this kind of stuff works that policymakers and the public are still in the dark about. And so being transparent around sort of the science of automated AI R&D development, what are the trends that are driving that? Why would we, when and how should we expect like particular risks to occur? These are all things that, according to these same companies and their employees, are like in the public interest to know because they think that they could pose severe risks. If so, let's have a bunch more transparency around those things. All of this stuff doesn't have to be disclosed to the public directly. You can consider a regime where like some of it is just shared with government if it's seen as particularly sensitive, and then you want some kind of sharing regime set up, for example, by the Center for AI Standards and Innovation at the Department of Commerce. But we think a lot of this could be shared and sort of made more transparent, like with the public by default now.
How similar is this to the AI 2040 recommendation of total research transparency?
I wouldn't say we go so far as to say total research transparency here, but it's fairly close. I think this is the kind of thing where there's just a strong public interest in having a large degree of transparency, like much more than we have now.
Right. What about verification? So one of your recommendations, you sort of detail how Casey should co-lead a verification consortium. Why hasn't this happened yet?
Yeah, I think it's mostly because this technology is just like extremely nascent. So yeah, to give a bit of context, we talk about verification technologies in the context of this kind of collective action problem that I talked about before. So a single lab or a single country like the US might be interested in doing some form of pacing. So let's say we're in a situation where the pace of AI progress is extremely rapid. We sort of use the sort of example scenario of like a Mythos moment every single day. So if you think about like the jump in capabilities that Mythos was over previous models in cybersecurity, what if you're having like similar jumps in capabilities every single day to sort of gesture at this is the level of like research speed up that people seem to be really worried about, and it looks like quite different today. So if we're in that kind of situation, right, and like companies in the US are really freaked out and want to do some form of pacing, and the US government is on board, it's not particularly useful to do that if, Chinese frontier labs who are only sort of a few months behind aren't also doing this thing. And your mechanisms to make sure that you have that mutual trust right now are fairly limited. So the idea behind verification is let's develop technologies that allow mutually untrusted counterparties to make verifiable claims about what they're doing in AI development. And so right now, our estimate is that this is a fairly nascent field. So like less than 50 people are like working on these like technical problems full time. We need sort of like much more effort going to this. And the reason it's so small at the moment is one, this hasn't really been an issue. Like verifying sort of like AI workloads is sort of like a very new concept, and there just hasn't been much technical work put into it because there hasn't been like a strong need. Though there is sort of like some reason to this for just like prosaic reasons around like wanting to like validate that you did or didn't use particular training data, for example, for sort of normal sort of transparency and kind of confidentiality reasons. And then, yeah, it's because it's such a pre-paradigmatic field, you kind of need to solve this like cold start problem where you need like significant like infrastructure and investment to get like the technical tools, like, a test cluster up and running before you can start doing serious research that kind of mirrors the kind of hardware setup that AI companies have already. And so the idea behind like the consortium is government can play a role in like coordinating different actors who are interested in this and do things like prize competitions, like useful ways to like get more people thinking about this and kind of like seed a nascent research area.
So one of the most important questions in the world right now, maybe the most important question in the world, is like, how quickly will RSI happen? Like how soon will it happen and how fast will takeoff be? So if you became convinced that timelines to RSI were quite short, some people say basically this will happen in like a year. Like how would your policy recommendations change? Which would you prioritize?
Yeah, so I think on that kind of time frame, the most important thing is really figuring out what the risk management strategy actually is. So getting very clear about like what pacing actually means. And so in the report, we like operationalize pacing as like one, agree on the thresholds at which like pacing should actually occur. Like, is this a particular like pace of capability improvement that we're observing? If so, like, how do we observe that? Is it for like particular capabilities or not? Like, what are the like technical criteria you would use to say, yes, this threshold has been triggered. We all are now worried and let's do something about it. One of the sort of virtues of having that like concrete threshold is, I think a lot of disagreement about whether pacing is good policy are mostly about like, actually, how credible do I find it that we could have extremely rapid capability progress of the kind of, like we reached like RSI within a given year, within like a year from now, rather. And so by like, specifying those thresholds, you can kind of have like a positive sum trade. Like the people who are worried about this policy, and rightly so, I think, because like, pausing AI development is like a drastic move that would have like significant downsides. You're sort of like agreeing with them on like, here is this threshold, which we both agree would be concerning, and we'll only take like action beyond there. Then step two, once you have that set of thresholds, is what do we actually do with pacing? And for us, the biggest question there is, okay, you had all these like talent and compute resources that would previously been used on like further automating AI R&D. How else are you going to use those? And so our proposal is essentially, let's use them for two things. One, let's solve the technical problems that would allow further automation and further like accelerated progress in AI capabilities to continue. So making the world more resilient to AI disruptions, and then solving problems in AI safety that would make us like trust the models that we're developing more, like that they won't cause this kind of serious harms that people are worried about. And then second, let's accelerate diffusion. So at this point right now, like there's a bunch of existing AI capabilities that we wish were sort of more widespread and cheaper. And you could use a bunch of your existing compute that would previously be like very expensive and allocated to these like frontier AI R&D automation activities on just making existing AI capabilities more widely available. In sort of like the year-long timeframe world, we would want to like speed up risk management plans for how exactly that allocation should happen. So should this be a decision by companies by themselves? Should the US government get involved in this? How are you going to like have agreement with China about this? How are you going to verify those agreements so we're all following like a similar risk management strategy? But basically having a plan ready to go is like the first thing I'd prioritize over that time frame.
Right. Towards the end, some of the recommendations go more into like the sort of physical infrastructure aspects of all of this. So for example, ensuring that we have sufficient electrical capacity. Is this, one of the harder parts for you? How are you thinking about this?
Yeah, so this fits within a broad category that we think about being useful both for the kind of pacing question and then just broadly more useful for national security risks that exist today, which is let's extend the US lead over China. So currently Chinese models are roughly 8 months behind the US frontier. We estimate you could get that up to roughly 2 years. And the reason that's useful to do is that buys you time if the US and US companies are willing to sort of take actions that like slow down their own capabilities development. That buys you time if China isn't doing the same thing to sort of do the proper sort of like risk management strategy that you'd want to do, even if China isn't cooperating. And two, it gives you a large amount of leverage. If you want to like go to China with a proposed like agreement, let's say like on AI safety, let's like manage these risks, you're in a much better negotiating position if you kind of like have a overwhelming compute dominance, like you have 100 to 1.
Right.
Level of compute compared to theirs, because then you have like something to bring to the table in return. And so this kind of extend the US lead breaks down into many different recommendations. There's a bunch of stuff on export controls, like across the full stack, which the US is already doing a lot of. There's preventing model distillation to prevent kind of like fast following as well as model weight theft. And then there's the like, let's actually make it easier to build data centers in the United States as like a key thing that's like preventing like more acceleration in the compute build out in the US. And they're sort of like the biggest issues are generally around like permitting, environmental permitting in particular for data centers.
So there's a pretty common argument around export controls, which you just mentioned, that's like export controls are actually bad for American tech dominance because they incentivize China to build their own stack from the ground up. Why do you think this is wrong?
Yeah, I don't buy this argument. I think maybe the most important reason is that China is understandably like very distrustful of the US, right? And we have already shown that we're willing to use export controls on compute to like slow their ability to develop like frontier AI systems. If we stopped doing that tomorrow, it is very unlikely that they'd say, "Oh, everything's fine. We're going to continue sort of like buying as many US chips as we can. We're going to like pause our own investments into our like semiconductor manufacturing and like chip design ecosystem." They, like every other industry before, are instead going to be like, "Yes, great. Let's continue investing in our own ecosystem. Let's continue spending, roughly like a CHIPS Act worth of money, like 50 billion-ish every single year on revitalizing this, because we know we have this strategic vulnerability in what might be like the world's most important technology." So, that, possibility may have existed several years ago, but definitely doesn't now. China is like very aggressively chasing semiconductor dependency, and its strategy is very much use US chips if it has to in the meanwhile to bridge that gap. But otherwise, it's trying to reduce its dependency on the US as much as possible. There's also the question about like where in the stack is it most important to have this kind of dependency overall, right? And so right now you hear a lot of arguments that we should addict Chinese companies to US chips, so like they remain in like the US technology stack. But what they're doing with these chips is developing their own models and then exporting those models globally. So it's kind of, do you think that it's useful to have dominance more at the model layer and at the chip layer? And people seem to think that the chip layer is like the most important thing for China to be using US technology for. But actually, one would make the argument that the model layer is where sort of like the dangerous capabilities are and where a lot of like the power and like the revenue comes from as well. So yeah, there's obviously also like the separate consideration that like China has no alternative if it's not buying US chips as well. It's like severely limited in its ability to produce like domestic chips itself. And so the alternative for China, if it's not getting US chips, is not, "Oh, let's scale up our own domestic production to meet that gap." It's, "Oh, we get nothing," because like they are like extremely limited, mostly by semiconductor manufacturing equipment, and being able to like manufacture serious volumes of chips themselves.
So speaking of China, this report talks a lot about things that the U.S. government can do domestically in order to pace the frontier, but there's not a ton about like what to do internationally. Like there's two recommendations at the end. The U.S. should have bilateral AI dialogue with China to jointly develop guidelines, and then 23 countries with national AI institutes should collaborate. 23 is quite obvious. 22 seems kind of underspecified though. Like it seems like maybe in a future post, you guys could do like specific recommendations for international pacing, but it seems like very, very important given that China is less than a year behind the US. And so if we ever did end up in a situation where the US slowed down or stopped AI research and China didn't, we'd only have like a few months of runway.
Yeah, I totally agree with this. I would welcome a lot more work on this question. We plan to do some work on this question ourselves. I think the problems here are twofold. One, we kind of don't have like a solid risk management plan across like government industry about like what we would do in the first place. So it's kind of hard to go to China and say, "We want you to agree to this plan that we haven't even figured out ourselves." So that's sort of like step one in our view. And then second, these kind of international negotiations are often pretty high level and vague. You're often going with sort of like one or two key asks. Those get like watered down significantly. And so we think that the chance for something like serious coming from like upcoming talks is like relatively low. There is like useful precedent. So we talk in the report about the like frontier AI safety commitments that were signed by both US and Chinese companies in Seoul in 2024 at the AI Seoul Summit. Those were like fairly high level. It was stuff like develop like a risk management plan, like assess models like while they're being like trained and deployed for risks. I think having something that's somewhat high level on like automated AI R&D would be pretty good. But yeah, we don't currently have a strong take on what should be in there and what's like politically like available to like bring up in discussions.
Right. Well, it's been really interesting. Lots of great recommendations for pacing the frontier. I hope you guys do more research in this vein. It's very, very important stuff. So,
and I hope we continue to define pacing a little bit more rigorously.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tim, for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
We'll be right back with MTS.
You know what's really cool? Mind reading.
Telepathy.
Telepathy is so cool. So we have some incredibly special guests with us in the Situation Room today. Naomi Vashkansky and Rio Popper from Conduit, which is a startup building basically telepathy in real life.
Yeah,
which is
thought to text.
Which is so sick. We did like a whole like segment on this the other day. We talked about it for like 30, 40 minutes.
We got quite nerd sniped.
We got so nerd sniped, yeah. So Naomi recently wrote this blog post, Why I'm Leaving OpenAI to Build Telepathy, that went like giga viral on Twitter. What do we have? Yeah, 8.8K likes, 2.8 million views. A lot of comments, some good, some bad. But we have them here with us today. So welcome, Naomi, Rio.
Thank you.
MTS.
It's really exciting to be here.
Yeah, so where should we begin? I guess tell us about thought to text. Like today, basically, I know we don't have thought to text today, but we do have things like data sets, right? And we do have like the basic idea. We have, a bunch of different like brain data collection mechanisms, like EEG. What does the landscape look like right now?
Do you want to take this?
Sure. So I think there's been a bunch of progress on like the invasive side. So with surgery before this, and also getting really cool results in the academic literature with like fMRI. So like in large sort of university or research contexts, on like individual people. So like calibrating on a bunch on an individual person's data, and then like training a specific model basically on them, and then like getting results on that. The thing that we are trying to do is collect like much more data by using more like portable and affordable sensors, and then have like a much more general and diverse data set so that we can like decode sort of zero shot without having to like, get either surgery or a ton of data on an individual person before they can actually like use anything.
Right. So yeah, in terms of like, we have like the invasive technology, I guess right now. What is possible in non-invasive technology?
So there's definitely so the things that we're seeing is you can decode like semantic content from before someone started typing. There's a separate type of thing that we're not really working on that's more like silent speech, so like subvocalizations, or like tiny facial movements kind of thing. We're less excited about that, basically because like I think I see that as like exciting and a step up from regular speech to text, but you're still like fundamentally bottlenecked by human language.
Yep.
And if you can get the thought from someone's head directly to a computer before you even have to spend time like compiling it down into words, like the high level idea, then that would let you get everything done much faster. And that's like what I think non-invasive can do. It's still very unreliable, like it does not work every time at all. But we're seeing stuff like if someone went on to type like the room seemed colder, we'll predict like there was a breeze, a gentle gust. So you're like not getting the words, but you're getting like the sensory and like emotional valence of the sentences. And then as we've been scaling up the data set, we're getting much better like of these decoding examples. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, totally.
I mean, why did people like research subvocalization at all? It seems like the ceiling of the technology is like way lower than the ceiling of like actual neurotech, of actual like thought to text.
I think there's like a thing of like for people who lose the ability to speak, especially so like invasive stuff for in the healthcare setting, there's like a thing you might want, which is like to get back the ability that you don't have that everyone else has in like a more purely similar form, right? And so there's things like that in the invasive context. There's a different thing, which is like consumer subvocalization. And I think it's cool tech. Like I think that there is some benefit to being able to like speak silently, right? Even if you do have to mouth things like word by word. So I think it's cool. I do think obviously it's like much less like high ceiling. It's like less of like the, holy grail of interfaces. But it does seem like, a good interface.
I feel like, it could be useful in like certain settings. Like what if you're like a spy or something and you need to subvocalize?
I think if you're a spy and you're wearing like a big headset, you're kind of in worse trouble. Like that's true. This might be bigger problems. But like if you're like in an office or like on an airplane or whatever, right? Like
Yeah, totally. So another question I had is like, isn't something a little bit simpler, like thought to command, a little easier to do now? Like if you just have like, you don't necessarily have to predict like a whole sentence, but you can just predict like tell my agent to go or something.
Yes.
Right?
This is definitely easier, right? We could do this. Like the thing we really want to do is like scale. Like we have a really good scaling trend. We want to like extend that as much as possible. And the thing you really want to like optimize there
is like the pre-training regime, and in particular, like the labeled data that you can get. And language is really good for this because it's so easy to get so many labels per second from a person. Whereas like Agent Go, you can get like fewer of those labels per second than you can get them to write words per second kind of thing. So it's like all about like the number of training samples, like how to scale the number of like labeled samples as quickly as possible. And that's why we picked language. Like I think that given a pre-trained model on thought to language, you could very easily transfer that to like thought to command, and that would be a good useful product before like thought to language is ready. But like it's the pre-training regime.
Well, what about not, Agent Go, but something more like general computer use? Something like, Neuralink telepathy, which is, designed for people who are not able to use their computer with their hands, but like just for the general population. Like, is there value in this approach?
I think some, but I think that there's also like a value in going sort of straight for the like really profound thing that will like fundamentally change how we communicate with AI entirely, and like not getting distracted with like making a headset that people might wear but that might be too bulky and that they like might not like and that only does a few things. Like we kind of want to like go straight for the like direct embedding to embedding communication with AI, and like if we make fun products along the side, then great, but like that's not the number one priority.
Yeah, so let's talk about that, which is just an incredibly interesting vision. Naomi wrote these like vignettes of what conduit tech will look like over time. And like at first it's like you wear a headband and then you can talk to codecs telepathically, but it's not like you're completely merged with the machine. And then later on, you are able to like actually feel what the codex feels. And the AI becomes an extension of you. There's like a lot to dive into here. I guess most people's concern is that the AI wouldn't become an extension of you, is that you would become an extension or like a vestigial organ of the AI. Like a lot of people are worried about that. Like, why wouldn't that happen?
I think it depends on how you train the technology, like the models themselves. And by that, I don't mean necessarily train the AI that you're connecting to, but rather train the like encoder of your neural data, right? And so a lot of what we do is like try and pick out intention-based things and like train not just on like ambient thought, but on thoughts that you like intend to communicate, like intend to affect the world. And so like we say like we're building thought to text, but like in some sense, I think like intention is a better word than thought here. That's how I think about it a lot. Is like thinking about how to like foreground this like intentional aspect.
Right. So you mentioned that like in terms of what's been done before, you can train an individual model on like one person's brain. And I guess that is like, it's not entirely clear to me how you would make a very generalized sort of model that is able to like do the intention to text or whatever it might be, thought to intention, like that would work for every single person. So how much does like do differences in like individual like neurobiology affect the efficacy of what you guys are building?
The idea is that like there are definitely differences, right? And if you were to take like a data set of like, 100 people, this would be like a huge, huge problem. And you just couldn't do it. The thing that I believe is true based on the results we're seeing is that it's like everyone's brain is different. But given context, there are like patterns that a model can like pick up and that like tell you something about like that particular person's brain. So it's less that there's like it's not like Naomi's and my brains do not like work identically, but there seems to be like some set of like higher level like patterns that give the model information about how to interpret my brain versus how to interpret hers, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's a lot about context. And
how much do you predict that actually like advances in like just models like today, like model capabilities will help you with your project?
A huge amount. Like I think that like the reason that we started it was because we saw how other modalities had been working in ML. And I think that has been like the central bet of this company is that like we can see what has worked in all the other modalities and apply that to neural data. And as those other modalities get better and better, we're able to do more and more.
Yeah. What are some of like the examples of like the first sort of like signals that you guys have been able to successfully like, discern when it comes to text?
So it's a good question. I think that like I'll explain like one way we think about this So there's some ways we just like measure like how close semantically is the thing that they type to the thing that we predict they're going to type, right? And that just like rises on a log linear like line. So that was good. Then like more specific stuff, but like because that like sort of is all encompassing like all semantic directions. And so we also have these metrics that break down semantic direction by semantic direction. So for example, like is the semantic content of what they're going to say like happy or sad, or is it about cats or dogs, or like, and you take like thousands and thousands of these different directions and you see like of all of our text, like what are the models like good at figuring out which of these directions and what are they really bad at? And you see a lot of stuff like empathy versus non-empathy is really good even at low data scales. What are other good examples? Empathy versus non-empathy, rationality versus like emotion, like, or I guess rationality versus spirituality is a better term for that. Those two were like the first that I saw like really go quickly up.
Yeah, I think personally when I was talking with Rio about a month ago and I was considering joining, I think that the first example that Rio gave about the sort of semantic similarity of like, are we able to predict text, given more brain data, are we able to predict text that is more semantically similar to the true target text? Yeah. And we can explain a bit more of the technical details if that's interesting to the audience. But I guess basically like the way it works is that you have the true target text of what the person wrote. You also separately can have an LLM start at a certain point and then predict the rest of that paragraph, for example. And there's a bunch of ways to get the like the vectorized representation of this, or get the latent vector. But perhaps the simplest way is we'll just like run a model over it and we'll just like see like, at a certain layer, like what is the model's like latent representation of the text. So, I hope this makes sense to the audience, but yeah, basically you can get the latent representation of the true target text. It can get latent representation also of the predicted text. And you can see the cosine similarity of these two.
Like the cosine between those two vectors.
That's right. Yeah, you can see the cosine
between
between
two vectors in text space, and then you take a angle between them, and you're like, the bigger the angle, the like less similar they are.
Yeah, and we want them to be very close together. And and we can start with a model that has like zero neural data. It's just doing pure next token prediction, and then we can give it sort of more like train it on increasing amounts of data that we have. Sure. And I guess for me, what was really the plot that I saw that was very striking to me, and why I ended up deciding to join is that it's just a very linear relationship on the log scale. Like, if the x-axis is like doublings in data, then like the cosine like similarity will just like go up like as like a very straight line. Like the scaling curves are basically just really, really pretty if you look at them. And I was like, oh man, like it's not really good now, but like it's certainly going to get much better once we scale up to 1,000 times more data.
How unexpected was this, given what we know about like other scaling laws in ML?
It's interesting. Like unexpected, like by whom, right? Like I think a lot of people in like the neuro space were pretty surprised because non-invasive has always been seen as like so noisy. I think like my co-founder and I really came at this like with an ML background of like if anything can decode the noise from this, or like can get rid of the noise from this, like it is like large scale modern ML. And so like if you look at like what was seen in like video or audio or whatever, like people said that plenty of things were very hard, and then the scaling sort of panned out, I guess. So to me, it wasn't that surprising, but to many people it was.
Yeah, I think the ML people have this like deep intuition that more data or more computes, it just works, man, somehow. And I think neuro people sort of spend less time thinking about this and sort of more time thinking about like fundamental sort of hand-coded heuristics, which is where the AI space was a couple decades ago. And I think that like when I talk to ML people who like about these scaling laws, like they're not surprised. But on the other hand, like you could imagine that the line was sort of less straight. Like you could imagine, first of all, it can't be straight forever. Like you can like it's like you can have cosine similarity of like 1 at max. So like it can't keep going straight forever. You can't have cosine similarity of 2. That doesn't make sense. So there is like some irreducible noise. You can't like ever fully correctly predict exactly what the person was thinking, exactly what they were going to say. Yep. And then the question was, was that, irreducible noise actually going to happen pretty early on? Like, was the line going to start bending pretty early on, or was it going to happen much later? And given how straight the line is, it seems like it's going to happen much later.
Yeah. To what extent is conduit a neuroscience problem or a problem of like fields that aren't ML relative to just being like a pure ML problem?
I think that it is an AI company, first and foremost, and like most of the problems we face are the problems of an AI company. We also have a huge operational component that a lot of AI companies don't have because we collect all of our data. And so to like a large degree, it's like an operational company of like, we have to have thousands and thousands of people and measure their brains and then, release them back into the world. Right. And I guess where it's also like a connecting ML to operations thing. We have to see like, oh, is the data actually valuable? Like, let's change one tiny thing about like participant payments. Does that mean we have better data or worse data? And like testing like the scaling laws and the slope and things like that on these like micro operational changes. So I think it's a first an ML company and then an operations company.
Yeah. How do you guys go about like different types of data? So I assume you guys use like MRI data. What about MEG, EEG? And then if you do use like the latter two, like how do you connect all of them together?
So there's two different ways in which we use data. Some is we collect it in-house, and some is we like get some random online data sets.
Right.
The online data sets are usually much less valuable because they have much worse labels than our data. Like we sort of optimized our data around labels. But we do use that. And for that, we use like basically all the neuromodalities we could get to like test various things at least. For the stuff we do in-house, we get hardware from like various providers and then like whatever we think is the best modality of each and like the best like instantiation of each modality. And then we like 3D print parts to fit them together into like our own sort of compiled headsets.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That is
what
really
do you guys
awesome.
see as like the path to consumer adoption? So what would be like sort of the first thing? Like you mentioned, like better sleep, for example. Like what would be basically the stepping stone to making this a mass consumer technology?
I think like there's like a bunch of different directions to take this question, but I think like most centrally, like with almost any company, you want it to be the thing that people inside your company want to be building and want to be using themselves.
Right. Yeah.
And so like I can think of what I want to be using at work, but like maybe also Naomi, like think about what things are you most excited to build with it, because that's what we'll end up building, even if whatever I say now, sort of thing.
Right. I think this is sort of why in my 2027 vignettes I talk about like I am waking up and I'm going to work at Conduit and stand up is about to happen, and I like put this on and I just find it personally useful. Like I do expect that we will be our first customers. The better sleep, by the way, was about. I think at the end I acknowledged other BCI companies that are doing really cool stuff.
Right.
What we're doing is not directly going to lead to better sleep, but there are some companies that are trying to do that, and I think that's really
There's
cool.
a whole host of applications, and also like for the early adopters too. Like if you have something that I can buy and I can sort of like tinker around with it and create my own use cases, then that's also like extremely valuable.
For sure. I think it's a bit like, like it's unclear if people in like, 2015 could have said the LLMs will lead to chatbots in particular, or like to Claude Code.
Yeah.
And we couldn't have imagined that.
Chatbots, I think, are pretty imaginable.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But like, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't clear that would be like the sort of central first thing.
That's true.
Yeah.
So like, what about your pitch for just like normal, ordinary people who are not like super high powered like tech workers who are likely to be early adopters and use these new technologies, like the kinds of people who are sort of skeptical and afraid of tech by default, all the more so if it involves, right access to their brain.
Yeah,
so
we should talk about the sort of sentiment that surfaced in some of your comments of of like this is the future they want. They want us to like upload our brain and
they want us to like become like slaves to the billionaires or something. Like there's all kinds of crazy things that people were saying. Like, what's your pitch to these people that like, no, actually this will be awesome?
I actually think so. Maybe Rio can address the right point, but with regards to like why is this awesome for ordinary people? I think it's actually like most awesome for ordinary people, perhaps like more so than for like productivity or business applications or whatnot. Like I do really expect that like AI is going to get much better. It'll be great at doing tasks that are well-defined business tasks. but like in order to do things in my own personal life, like it's going to really need to understand a lot. Like, what do I actually care about? What do I actually want? I guess like as one very simple example, I think there are many more use cases than this, but as one very simple example, like suppose that I am, like I have this like mental image in my head that I really want to actually like create into like some real image, but I don't know how to draw. I never learned how to draw. I'm a horrible drawer. Right now, like, I can't describe like the I try like sort of what I'm imagining to the model, but like it's going to be much better if like I can actually just like, I can just like see the image in my head rather than I have to like describe like, like part by part of the image. And then this is like, this particular use case is like not a very like super compelling example. Like, we'll live if models aren't able to like read the images from my mind. But I think it is like, for me at least, like it's an intuition pump of like, oh yeah, there's like actually like lots of like little desires that I have of like, I want to just like be able to like, have full control of like not just my laptop, but also, my room and what my room looks like. And, maybe in the future we'll have like little household robots, and I want to actually be able to like direct the robot to like, really totally. Like sort of like change the room like as I want, and like, sort of like just like the limit is like purely my imagination, even if I'm not really able to like express my imagination. Like I think it's actually like really exciting for like sort of really bringing like your own personal vision to reality, whether or not it's like actually economically valuable to the world or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's just like as with other, like technologies, it reduces like the friction of your imagination to be like a real thing. Another question that I have,
bicycle for the mind,
bicycle for
like
the mind.
rocket ship for the mind.
So another question that I have is like this right thing is very fascinating because it has like a sort of phenomenology aspect of like how do I like for example, I don't have an inner monologue, right? Famously. And so how would you write, like a thought in language to me when I don't even like my experience of the world doesn't even contain that usually. So then that feels like sometimes I have an inner monologue, sometimes I'll think like bruh, right? In my head. But like but usually it's like pretty languageless. So then how do you like adjust those kind of like individual like quirks about somebody's like mind space?
Yeah, Rio, do you want to take this?
Sure. I think this is really exciting. The first thing I should say is like we are not building this first. Like we're really working on the read side. And so whatever I say will like almost certainly be wrong, right? Because like we have so much to learn still about like the read side, and like before you want to like I think the thing that will really unlock writing to the brain in any like safe and really useful way is being able to read from it like exactly how you're affecting the brain, right? That said, like here's some like speculations. I think that the idea is that you don't go through language. You go through like a direct embedding space of like your embedding space, which the model can like understand and read from, to like the model's embedding space, right? So you're not necessarily going through language. So it might be that like the phenomenology, or like the way you stimulate your mind to cause a certain kind of phenomenology, the model can predict, but that might be a different type of stimulation than would be, for my brain or something, but they might be more like similar. Or it could be that like, let's say you never had an internal monologue or something, and you were really curious about what it is like to have an internal monologue.
Right.
You could also like experience this, or like, I am like,
it's like a plugin, like it's like a mod that I install.
You're gonna learn what it's like to be me in my Chungus life with my infinite internal monologue that never stops.
You can swap out each other for a day.
Or you could like sort of kind of share your mind space with like another person.
That's what I'm like. I mean, like there are many things I'm excited about, but this is like one of the ones I'm really excited about. Of like, understanding like my mother's memories of her childhood, or like like all these types of things that like I have like no understanding of because they were just like it's like that kind of thing I'm so excited about.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we're running out of time, but it's been so great having you in the studio with us in person. So bullish on Conduit. Like, I'm really excited for this technology to be real.
Absolutely
fascinating. This is like one of the few things I've like really wanted basically since I was a kid.
Totally.
You could be an early adopter.
I will be an early adopter.
Hey, we can actually
you should come do our data.
Do a study.
Yes,
right?
Please, you should.
We should actually do that.
We should actually do that.
I did like I was part of like a BCI study in like college. But it was like it was definitely just like ad related because they were like showing me like images of the McDonald's logo and the Starbucks logo, and so I was like, this is totally going to be used like for advertising purposes. But it was fun nonetheless.
Well,
It
we haven't
was.
done any ads, although one time my friend, I had a horrible CV, and so I put in the data collector and was like, I'm going to prove to you that everyone thinks your CV is awful because they think it's all boring. I can tell you.
That's great.
That is great. Well, Naomi, Rio, thank you so much.
Thanks so
And
much.
we'll be right back.
back
Thank
with
you for having
MTS.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Jason Ma, who is the co-founder of Dyna Robotics, where he works on robot foundation models and reinforcement learning. Dyna Robotics recently unveiled Dyna 2 today, which is a robot foundation model it says was trained on more than 1 million hours of first-person human video. So Jason, so excited to have you today and explain more about what you guys unveiled.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Sophia. Really excited to be on NTS.
Likewise, super excited to have you here. Why don't we just get started? What was the announcement? Why is this significant?
Yeah, so yesterday we announced our new flagship robot foundation model called Dyna 2. So I think it's very significant for the entire field for many different reasons. So first of all, it's the first robot foundation model trained on at least 1 million hours of data.
Wow.
So that is like in itself a very challenging infrastructure challenge. But more importantly, what we demonstrate is that even if the 1 million hours of data is entirely like first-person video of humans doing manipulation tasks, we actually see a scaling law for transferring to robot-like embodiments that the model has never seen before. So basically, what this means is that by training on more human data, we actually see predictable performance improvement on robots. And that's a big deal because the biggest challenge facing robot foundation models who are training a robot that can do everything is that we don't have enough data. Unlike language model, there's just not enough robotics data out there. And it's very difficult to collect these robot data. So it's only through by like passively observing humans doing things, we can scale up this kind of data. And this is the first time that we showed that there's a lot of improvement that can transfer.
Yeah, it's fascinating because you guys have 1 million hours of first-person human video. Where do you get a data set like that?
Yeah, so some of it is collected by ourselves, but even just trying to collect a lot of data is a huge operation challenge. So we actually work with a lot of partners who's being out in the wild, collecting data, putting cameras on people to record their manipulation tasks. So that's how we're able to scale up to the scale we have today.
That makes a lot of sense. And I want to understand what exactly makes Dyna 2 a world action model rather than a vision language action model.
Yeah, that's a great question. So what makes Dyna 2 a world action model is that the model is not just predicting what the robot does next in terms of the actions, but also predicting the next observation of the world. So think of it as predicting the next few frames of the video. And this world understanding is actually extremely crucial for the scaling law that we exhibited. We demonstrated that without this world modeling, then the model would actually not be able to transfer the knowledge learned from humans to robots.
Yeah. Oh, I know you guys mentioned the bottle cap untwisting demonstration that you did. Can you share a little bit more insight there on how it actually learned how to do that?
Yeah, so this is like a super fun story. We were able to get this results very, very last minute. So what happened here is that we got a new pair of dexterous hand from a DexHand partner. And we thought most of our robots in the office have like a gripper-like hand. So the gap between that versus humans is actually quite large. So we thought, okay, if we have a robot that has hands that looks like human, wouldn't the transfer be greater? So our researchers were able to quickly set up the robot, and right before the release, they were able to collect just 13 minutes of data, right? They collected only 13 minutes of data, and then post-trained the best Dyna 2 model that's trained on 1 million hours of data. And the model is just able to, out of the box, start opening bottle caps, right, on like a real water bottles. And this is very surprising to us because typically we would imagine post-training robots would take at least several hours of data. And for a form factor like a dexterous hand that has very high degrees of freedom, that's much more complex than a gripper, it would actually be much harder to train. But the experimental results we saw was the opposite. Perhaps because the hand looks more like a human, the transfer was easier. So that was really surprising and really cool for us to see.
Well, I'm curious what would matter more here, having an increase of human video data or just higher quality robot data?
Yeah, so I think both data sets or both kinds of data really matter. So for Dyna, historically, we focused a lot on high quality robot data collection. But I think the central challenge we saw was what I mentioned earlier, which is that robot data is really hard to scale. And I think what's really crucial about learning from humans is that there's a lot of knowledge about how the world, works, how the world evolves, how humans or any robot would interact with objects in the world that you don't necessarily have to learn from robots, right? Like, for example, if you want to teach a robot how to open a microwave, you can imagine just watching a human open a microwave. That would transfer a lot of knowledge. So that's how we saw why pre-training on the most scalable data source is so important to train the next generation of robots. But that said, I think eventually to actually get the robots to do very well, you still need some of robot data, just because you need to adapt the brain to the particular body that you have, right?
Yeah.
So that's how we saw the relationship between a large amount of human data versus high quality robot data.
Yeah, that brought up an interesting question for me, especially the microwave example, because if you have this first person human footage, a human has like a hand, has 5 fingers, but often robots don't have the same parts that humans have. And so how do you deal with that embodiment gap?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So right now what we saw is that, so this is a scaling result, which is the more human videos you see, just because everyone's wearing, different long sleeve t-shirts, the camera's angle slightly different, and their hands also look very different. So then the model would actually learn a general understanding of how to interact with a object that's very much embodiment agnostic. So it kind of learns like a general intent for how to interact with objects. And of course, right now, because the robots and the humans are very, very different, we still needed some robot data to actually close the embodiment gap to get the best performance. But I think over time, as we make our robots look more and more like a human form factor, for example, having a dexterous hand, then I think the gap will be even closer. And it might even be possible just by directly watching humans and then transferring the knowledge to robots without any post-training data. And I think that's likely very much possible, maybe in a year of time.
To actually end up being used, though, in commercial warehouses, for example, you would need really high reliability. I believe it's like 99%. And right now, I think I have here 53 aggregate success that you guys have, 53%, which is a huge jump from the initial 20%, but it's still not necessarily 99%. And so do you see human video as just the pre-training and maybe better to actually initialize the model, or do you think human video can take it all the way to become commercial grade reliable?
Yeah, that's a great question. So our eventual goal is for human-like data to be good enough for post-training to be commercial grade. And going back to the Dyno 2 results, the numbers we got was in a very controlled experimental setting, right? So we wanted to do just pre-training and just the very simple vanilla post-training. But internally, looking at our prior releases like Dyno 1, we actually was the first company that shipped a 99% plus models. And our production models is built on top of Dyno 2 is actually having 99% success rate. But for the purpose of writing a very rigorous technical blog that other people can reproduce, we intentionally kept the evaluation setting and the training setting very simple and just wanted to show the improvement from 20% to 53%. But using the best post-training pipeline we do have internally, the success rate is well north of 99%. And we're excited to see how we can combine that post-training with the new pre-training breakthrough we have to really ship production-grade, scalable robots to everyone. And we probably will have some updates on that very soon as well.
Really cool. What do you think will be the first mainstream adoption of Dyno 2? What type of robots?
Yeah, so right now we're deploying these bimanual robots that you saw in the release, but we're also having some very exciting hardware updates soon. And I think you'll see soon enough on the kind of robots that Dyno 2 will be shipped with to many, many different customers in the world.
Anything you can share?
Not so much I can share right now.
Okay,
there's some
so
Easter
fair.
egg in the release video, but like I alluded to, I think by making the robots more behaviorally like humans, you'll see better transfer from humans.
Definitely. All right. We'll have to rewatch that video and find those Easter eggs to learn a little bit about what you're talking about. I'm curious here, what is not possible? Are there specific physical tasks that the robots just won't be able to learn how to do no matter how much human video you actually feed it?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. So the kind of videos that we have worked with right now, if you look at some of the examples on the website, they are first-person video looking top-down. So you can see that when you're doing very fine-grained manipulation tasks, the hand would sometimes occlude the object, right? So there's not that much like contact information between the object and the human hand available in these first-person videos. So I would say the transfer of this kind of contact-rich manipulation might still be difficult with the existing approach. But the vision we have is not just collecting first-person video, but rather just packaging the human's physical experience in the physical world to be digitized, right? So not only capture visual information, but also capturing how humans' hands touch the object and many other information. So we think of this as like sensorized human information. So I think if we can scale that type of data up, I don't really see a fundamental bottleneck for learning from human any kind of tasks that we want the robots to do.
Definitely. I'm also curious how human video pre-training changes the economics of building robots. Do you see a future where it's just way faster to actually deploy them, or what else changes on the business layer?
Yeah, I do think the benefit is we can be much more efficient at getting the model from the pre-trained level to a production level grade much faster. So the downstream impact of that is that it's going to be much easier to scale and much easier to deploy these robots. So I do see a second order effect that's coming very soon from large scale pre-training. Yeah.
Amazing. I'm curious about you personally. What aspect of this announcement are you the most excited about, and where do you envision the future for Dyna Robotics?
Yeah, I think the most exciting part about this release is first, just being able to demonstrate that training on this huge amount of human data can transfer to robots.
Yeah.
And actually, the hardest part of this entire journey is not necessarily the modeling part. It's actually setting up the immense amount of infrastructure to support 1 million hours of data to be processed and to be trained. And this is actually a huge effort. And without the infrastructure, it's really hard to iterate through this kind of model this fast. And I think our whole team has done a great job in setting up the infrastructure for both training the model, setting up the data, setting up the hardware and everything. So I'm super proud of the entire team to be able to deliver this, what we consider a breakthrough in the field.
Yeah. What would you consider is still a bottleneck? What still needs to be solved?
Yeah, I think what still needs to be solved is that. So I think in any kind of technology trend, there is the first existence proof. And once you have the existence proof, making the technology much better, much more efficient. So if you look at the scaling law today that we posted in our paper, that's the first scaling law from human to robot. But I would say this, the scaling is actually a bit inefficient just because we're trying to transfer from human to robot. But I think going from here, now we have the existence proof, there's a lot of optimization we're going to do. And we're also going to scale up data even more. So I think we'll see much better transfer, not so future from now.
Amazing. Well, Jason, I really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS and sharing more about what you guys are building with Dyna Robotics. And congratulations on the announcement of Dyna 2. It's really exciting to see how human video will change the future of training robotics, and really appreciate you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you. It's been really fun being on this podcast. Thank you, Sophia.
Likewise. And we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We are live with James Chernowski, who is the head of emerging tech policy at the Consumer Choice Center, formerly at Mercatus. We love Mercatus as a EV grantee. James, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's been a while. We last saw you in a very secret, special place, which the people will know about later.
Soon enough. Soon enough.
Vague posting.
That was actually the vague post of the month. That was the craziest
vague post of the century.
Yeah.
There you go.
So you just wrote a report, an autonomous vehicle future if we allow it. Basically, autonomous vehicles are awesome, and we should not allow the industry to be choked to death by regulation. So what are the threats that the AV industry is seeing right now?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think really when it's all said and done, it's just a classic case of having outdated kind of regulations that are being applied to autonomous vehicles in many instances, and then also just being limited by existing kinds of regulations that are in place. So, for example, when we're looking at autonomous vehicles, they are currently subjected to having to go and basically mirror what current commercial cars would look like. That's not necessarily something that is needed when you have a fully autonomous vehicle at the end of the day, because there's not a need for a driver. So the notion of a steering wheel, gas, brake pedals, side view mirrors, that kind of stuff, not necessarily needed, but it does add on cost to the cars themselves when you have to go and make them. Then even on the making of those cars to begin with, they have to get a special exemption to go and make those cars. That exemption cap is set at 2,500 vehicles. The problem with that is that basically keeps your costs for producing those kinds of vehicles more at prototype kind of costs, as opposed to benefiting from the more kind of economies of scale, if you will, of getting the tens of thousands of cars in production that you might get through a traditional automotive process, right? So you have those kinds of issues. Then when you're in the States, you have all kinds of fun little issues that have popped up where we've had labor unions, traditional taxi cabs, even the ride-hailing companies like Uber get involved, trying to go and kind of stymie the ability of these things to get deployed a little bit further. We've seen, different kinds of proposals that would go and try to mandate different kind of insurance coverage for autonomous vehicles that are somehow more expensive relative to what a traditional car or even ride-hailing service would go and require. That goes, it makes it a lot more difficult for autonomous vehicles, I think, to go and get on the road in a faster kind of fashion. And at the end of the day, they are mostly limited to pilot projects in cities. Now, San Francisco, where you guys are based, has been a beneficiary of having that early and often. But again, like it's a limited number of cities that have really gotten to go and benefit from this. So it'd be nice to, in the long run, see many cities and the rest of the country kind of go and benefit more broadly from having access to this, because the benefits, I think, to consumers are actually quite significant.
So you have this autonomous vehicle access tracker on the website. One of the things that really pops out here is that California is nowhere near as restrictive as its restrictiveness in other areas would suggest.
Yeah.
So why do you think that is? Like even a bunch of red states, Montana, Idaho, South Carolina, Missouri, are like way more restrictive than
why
California.
do we see these kind of restrictions in these states?
Yeah, I think California is like a little bit of a unique test bed in some respects, because like it has plenty of bad ideas in its own right, where it is more than happy to take the lead on putting lots of bad ideas out there. But it is also the home to many of these tech companies in Silicon Valley, more broadly speaking. So it is, I think, a lot more, it has been historically a lot more receptive to trying to be flexible with allowing new technologies kind of flourish and experiment within the state. That's not to say that California hasn't tried to go and take action against autonomous vehicles. The legislature has tried to go and do some pretty strict mandates on autonomous vehicles, but the current governor, Governor Newsom, to his credit, had vetoed previous attempts to go and put on those more strict limitations onto what autonomous vehicles might look like. As for the rest of the country, I think it's just literally a matter of a lack of familiarity. And when you're not familiar with something because you don't have the exposure to it, it's just a foreign thing to you and you're fearful of it. And therefore, it's not that they're more restrictive. They just haven't necessarily even passed policy to go and let it be more of an option, if you will, right? So Missouri and whatnot, it's like these are states where they might not have even gone and passed like pro AV policy that would go and even make it possible for a company like Waymo or Zoox to want to go and roll out the red carpet in their state as well, relative to California, which has just been a natural test bed for many of these kinds of innovations, as well as Arizona, to its credit too.
So if you're a local government, what are sort of the pros and cons that you have of allowing like a company like Waymo to start like deploying vehicles? And then, you know, to the consumers as well, like what are the benefits, or what are some other doubts that you're seeing?
Yeah, I think as the general benefit, you know, for autonomous vehicles, even if we're thinking about like a flow of traffic perspective, autonomous vehicles, largely speaking, are able to go and kind of get in and out of situations pretty fast. They're going to go and abide by whatever the existing traffic laws are. They're ridiculously safer than humans are on the roads. Unfortunately, the United States has about 40,000 on average casualties per year on the road. The statistics, when you're looking at autonomous vehicles by comparison, are significantly lower. It's not even close. So there is that massive, you know, life-saving kind of benefit that's right there off the bat. Then if we're looking at like a second order kind of benefit too, that's a lower cost on your infrastructure if you're not having to go and clean up and re-repair roads and dividers and everything of that nature for the state. From an individual perspective, it could also mean that you're having lower insurance costs, because now you're basically taking a transportation option that has a lower rate of incident, which means that they're not doing as many payouts, which is one thing that insurance companies don't want to be doing. So this could go and actually help reduce costs for insurance for consumers, which is one of the largest single item household expenses that they have. And then even if we're looking at the broader concept of car ownership, it can also lead to further cost savings for consumers, insofar as that right now, if I have a car, it goes and travels with me wherever I go, and then it's a stationary object in that single spot, right? And if I have myself and a wife or a kid or whatever, now all of a sudden with autonomous vehicles, it can go drop me off at work, go back to the house, pick up little James and take him to school, and keep on going around a daily routine, sit somewhere and kind of be a little bit more flexible. So the notion of having to own multiple cars now has also gone down. And you actually see this in the car data for car ownership, which is when like we were looking at some EV mandates a few years back. I was kind of pushing back on that because I'm like, this is a generational kind of issue, because people's car ownership is actually over the long haul. A lot of used car ownership, multi-car ownership, right? Autonomous vehicles can help go and cut down on that, which means that, you know, hopefully those added expenses kind of get put to the wayside a little bit. And then I would say one other thing that we discussed in our primer that I think is an underappreciated aspect is that for women, I think that there is actually an added safety benefit, because unfortunately, we've seen way too many stories of women, whether it's with taxi drivers or with ride-hailing apps, where they're getting, you know, sexually assaulted or raped or murdered or worse, you know, by their drivers. And that's obviously not something we want to go and see with an autonomous vehicle. That risk kind of gets reduced significantly because there is no driver in the car in that respect. So you don't have to worry about that. I think that is something that can be a net positive kind of experience for women. And then, I think also by extension too, there's been some studies that have gone and talked about how there's been some discrimination in the past for ride-hailing apps when it comes to African Americans having to experience higher than usual wait times to go and book a ride, or they get canceled more frequently because drivers see their name and then they want to cancel because they're making assumptions. That's not necessarily going to be as likely with an autonomous vehicle, because they don't really care. They're just there to go and take person from point A to point B, right? So I think there's a lot of very tangible and real benefits for autonomous vehicles for both the consumers and for the government by extension, if they just let it into the ecosystem.
Yeah, totally. I guess to pose the question a different way, why aren't more cities like sort of going all in on Waymo autonomous vehicles? Like, what could possibly be de-incentivizing them?
Unions, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's the classic case of unions, right? This was the classic issue that Uber faced back in the day when it was rolling out in New York City. And, to their credit, being a venture capital backed firm, they had a lot more money, so they could afford to go and fight those legal battles. I'll never forget when they had the de Blasio mode in New York City that was kind of going and showing the wait times going up and the cost being bad and the services being horrible. But that was like how Uber was kind of able to get around it. Now it's a lot more mature of an industry for ride hailing. And so they're not only facing from the transportation and labor unions that are worried about this on the consumer front for jobs, but they're also facing it from the broader transportation ecosystem for like trucking, where we see like labor unions worried about autonomous trucking going and taking away jobs. So we've even seen in California in the gubernatorial race, some governors going and weighing in on trying to roll back the ability of autonomous trucking to go and become more prevalent within the state.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Well, it's been really interesting. Hopefully we figure out how to get autonomous vehicles everywhere. It's so awesome in SF. We have Waymo and Robotaxi and Zoox, and hopefully everywhere in the country will have it soon. So thanks so much, James, for coming on MTS.
Yeah, thanks for having me,
Thanks
guys.
so much, James. And we'll be right back with MTS.
We'll be right back.
Tomorrow.
we're back for State of the Sponsors.
So first we have Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev. For every idea, there's Lovable.
Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
We got Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And of course, Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
And of course, Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising is easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Those are our sponsors.
Those are our sponsors.
And we will be back tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow.